In our panel meeting here for September. I believe this will be our last in-person panel meeting, so it's really great to see a full house here today. So with that, I'm going to ask for a roll call. Oh, did you want to talk about the people that aren't here, about the online program, what to look for?
Yes, ma'am, I'll have Alina address it.
Good morning, everyone. So if any questions on Zoom, please feel free to raise your hand, and then we'll go ahead and unmute you and allow you to speak. And then we'll just mute you once that is complete.
Great, thank you. So with that, I'm going to ask for a roll call, please.
Gloria Bell,
Present.
Chris Dombrowski,
Present.
Madison Hall, Ernesto Morales, Gretchen Newsom,
Present.
Janice Roberts,
Here.
Rick Smiles,
Present.
Douglas Tracy. Madam Chair, there are 6 members present. There is a quorum. Also present, Reg Javier, Executive Director, Jaime Gutierrez, Chief Deputy Director, and Michael Cable, Staff Counsel.
Thanks, Desiree. Did the panel have a chance to review the panel meeting agenda for this month?
Yes, and I make a motion to approve.
Second.
So we have a motion and a second to that they've reviewed the panel meeting agenda and there's no changes. Is that correct? So with that, I make would like a vote on that, please. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no. The ayes have it. Motion is adopted. Thank you. Okay, reviewing the panel meeting minutes from our last panel meeting, that was on Zoom. Did anybody have any changes on that panel meeting minutes?
Motion to approve.
Second.
So we have a motion and a second to approve the panel meeting minutes. With that, I'd like to have a vote on that, please. See, I'm trying to review the rules here. Those in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no. The ayes have it, motion carried. Thank you. If I'm hesitant now, I just want to let everyone know in the room that we went through a big training session on the Robert's Rules of Order. It has nothing to do with my last name. It's just there is a book out there called Robert's Rules of Order, and I'm just trying to adhere to it because I don't want my hand slapped from Michael down the road. So, all right. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to our Executive Director, Reg Javier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We won't rename them Janice's Rules of Order. Good morning, panel members, stakeholders, and staff. I'd like to also welcome the following managers who will be presenting the proposals to you later this morning. Ryan Swire, Kellen Hernandez, Chris Hoover, and Jana Lazarevich. For today's panel, you will see 61 proposals, which includes about 6 delegation orders, totaling around $18.7 million in funding requests. You will also see a proposed amendment listed as an item as well for you to take action on. Today we have a full agenda, which includes a couple of presentations that we're pretty excited about. The first presentation is going to be given by Heather and Willie, and they will be talking about the apprenticeship program. And this is part one of a series of presentations that Peter had talked about in past panel meetings, where we're going to highlight all of the buckets of funding and what you all fund as a panel, and highlight the programs within each of those buckets of funding. But this presentation in particular, we're going to actually hear directly from 3 apprentices, which is actually really exciting. The second presentation is going to be also provided to you by Jaime and Willie as well. Apparently, Willie, the last couple of weeks, has been prepping for presentations. But they were going to talk about the work we're doing with Civic Makers around the stakeholder engagement process And I want to remind everybody that this is a really important project for us because it is taking a deep dive into our application process and probably on the outskirts of that application process as well. And really trying to figure out what might replace our first in, first out methodology, which will have a ripple effect across all of our operations. But we're really excited about that work. Our next policy committee meeting will be held on October 6th at 1 o'clock. All the information will be on our website. It's going to be a Zoom meeting, but the agenda, the topics for discussion are fairly straightforward. The first topic would be productive labs, which is what the entire panel has asked to make sure we are discussing. And then we're also coming forward at the policy committee meeting with for discussions around the healthcare fund guidelines and the literacy fund guidelines as well, which were two alternatively funded programs by the legislature this year. And then now I just want to take a quick moment to recognize a few folks for the work that they've been doing. I want to first of all thank Mike Cable, Liz Testa, and Melissa Roper for their work. The job that they did developing and delivering the panel member training last week that Jan referenced. On a side note, all the managers are going to get the same training inside of ETP as well. But I just want to say that I've thought that training was incredibly informative, well put together, and just amazingly delivered because it was a conversational format. So thank you to the three of them, and thanks, guys. Great job. I also want to say a few words of appreciation and recognition for someone who's worked behind the scenes at ETP for a while now, for several years. Babette Davis. She's been a consultant contractor for us for ETP, working on all things technology over the past several years. As you all know, we have gone through a lot of technological changes over the past couple years even, but over a span of a longer period. We've got implemented, well, we developed, launched, and migrated to CaliForce. We put in place a brand new online application system. We have a brand new grants management system. The whole IT team here at ETP has done a phenomenal job standing up all of these massive undertakings. But Babette has immersed herself as a working member of the team and not just this outside consultant providing advice. She actually was a hardworking member of the team. With that said, Babette's contract is ending with us in a couple of weeks, and I just wanted to make sure that we recognized her and said our appreciation for all the work that she's done for us, because we couldn't have done these big jobs without her. She's not here today, but I wanted to make sure it was on record that we stated that we truly appreciate all of her contributions to our work. And so that's it for me, Madam Chair. Unless the panel has any specific questions for me, I'd like to turn it over to Tara Armstrong for her report.
Questions for Reg on that? No, Tara, you're up.
All right. Good morning, panel. Can you hear me okay? All right. I have a slide if we want to put that up when you get a chance. This is the information tech update. So under our CaliForce program, we have done some enhancements to the application, adding literacy and safety skills information. This allows us to collect information up front during the application process. So if they're going over the cap, we can ask for the justification at that time. We're also looking at the internal fiscal screens. This allows for our staff to have the information on the screen in a faster and be able to review and process quicker. And we've added NAICS information updates, so allowing when the NAICS information is added that you have the industry name and the priority status. So under our Cali grant system, under CaliForce, which is definitely growing as well, we're adding in the Division of Apprenticeship Services so they can run their grants through our system. They're very excited not to have paper processes anymore. With the California Workforce Development Board, that's CWDB, we're going live this month with their new grant called Reentry. And we're also looking at the participant data collection that we do at the grant management part of Cali Grants. And then under our ETP enterprise support, we actually have a new information security officer. Elizabeth Slavin. She's actually back in the audience today. So really excited to have someone dedicated to our security, especially in this hybrid environment. And we're working on an audit with the California Department of Technology. And that's it for today.
Sarah. And next up is Peter. Peter's not here today? Okay, does anybody have comments that Peter passed on to you? You do? Jaime? Okay, very good. Okay, so Mike, you have any comments? You're Mike, you're next on the agenda, but
I like to talk. That's all good. Good morning, panel members. Mike Cable, your staff attorney. You should have received a copy of this month's legislation memorandum in your panel packet. It's dated September 22nd, 2022. As noted last time, the legislative session is ending, and today is the last day for the governor to sign or veto any bills that was passed by the legislature, passed as of September 1st. So you have a fairly comprehensive document of the ending legislative session here. There were two things I wanted to point out, or two bills I wanted to point out. First was AB 1106, which is at the top of page 2. That is the Employment Training Panel Pilot Program bill that was out, and we've talked about before. Just wanting to let you know and report back that that's essentially dead for all purposes for failing to get out of committee. Second would be AB 1573, which is at the bottom of page 4. And this was the Small Business Technical Assistance Bill. I think we've talked about this once or twice before. This would have created a small business retention grant program. And I wanted to report back that that one was vetoed by the governor. So that one is not moving forward. We'll still see what happens today with some of the other bills. Most of them, I think there's only a couple left that are enrolled. So there's only still that we're tracking. And then at the next panel meeting, we'll give you a final report as to any of those items. Other than that, if you have any questions for me now.
So I did want to just comment on what Rich said earlier, Mike, that the training was very good. I mean, when we first thought 4 hours of training, I thought, oh my God, but it really went very fast and it was very informative. So I really appreciate that. So
Thank you. My wife would never want to listen to me for 4 hours. So the fact that you all did, I just wanted to say thank you, because it was very nice to have everybody attend and participate, and it was very engaging as well. So the team very much liked it.
after 17 years, just towards the end of my career here, I finally understand what the Robert's Rules of Order is. So it's kind of an odd scenario.
Madam Chair?
Thanks again.
I
Madam Chair?
appreciate the comments.
Thanks again, Mike.
Madam Chair? Madam Chair?
Yes.
Yeah, I just wanted to echo those sentiments. The training was really amazing and really helpful and insightful. So thank the staff, management, and council. We really appreciate it. Thank you.
I want to make sure I get those names out. We also had Melissa Roper, who's here today, and Elizabeth Testa. It takes a team to make it work. So thank you.
Rick, so with that, we'll pass it over to Jaime.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, panel members and stakeholders. Before I provide the funding information, I do have some updates. I was going to say brief, but they're not going to be brief, so I apologize in advance. First, I would like to provide a brief update, an update on the invoice backlog that I mentioned last month. I'm very pleased to say that thanks to the great work of the fiscal team, we are back to our normal invoicing workload and process. So therefore, I would like to take a moment to thank the fiscal team of Marcela Loza, Carrie Uda, Hong Win, Monica Linthasek, Phil Boyer, Deborah Rivas, Safdar, Kendro, and Michael Gallag for all of their work. So thank you to all of them, because they really did an outstanding job over the last couple of months trying to get back to our normal. So thank you to them. Additionally, I would like to provide a few updates on behalf of Assistant Director Peter Cooper, who is not able to be here today. First, today we will start with a new series of presentations so that the panel members and stakeholders can hear stories about the new ETP funding that is being successfully utilized. This may include information from MECs, community colleges, special initiatives like SEED awardees, for example. As Director Javier mentioned earlier, today we will start with 3 apprenticeship stories. Additionally, we have 47 apprenticeship proposals this morning, with the rest coming on October. These apprenticeship proposals have a value of approximately $16.2 million to support 11,521 11,525 trainees for the apprenticeship proposals. This includes 10,219 apprentices, 1,260 journey workers, and 46 pre-apprentices. Later in the year, you will see projects from non-traditional and non-construction areas and sectors as well. Developing so many applications for these panel meetings has been a huge effort, and we would like to convey our appreciation to all of the regional office managers and staff, as well as Willie Atkinson, Heather Miguel, and all of their staff for all the work that they have done to make these projects happen. Regarding the new general fund for 22-23 fiscal year, as what Director Javier again mentioned, we will have some guidelines that are coming forward at the policy committee meeting. And if those are accepted and if those are approved and accepted, then we should have the applications moving forward in December and bringing those proposals forward. I would like to take a moment also to thank Diana Torres, Mario Maslak, Ilya Lonitz, Robert Meyer, and Liz Testa for all of their work that they're doing in order to ensure that we get these moved forward. So with that, I'd like to move forward now with the funding information. Again, as Director Javier stated, today's panel meeting is for approximately $18.7 million. That includes 6 approved delegation orders for a total of $231,679. The delegation orders are proposals capped at $75,000. If all of the proposals scheduled for this panel meeting are funded today, the panel will be approving 61 projects and 1 amendment. After today's panel meeting, the employment training panel will have approximately $61.9 million left in contracting capacity for state fiscal year 22-23. Regarding our demand, we have 222 applications in demand. 111 applications are currently with regional offices in development. 53 applications are under review by the application and assessment unit. 58 are submitted applications pending review. The estimated value of just over 222 applications is $44.9 million and breaks down as follows: $24 million in demand for single employer contracts, $3.8 million in demand for multiple employer contracts, $9.7 million in demand for small business, $1.1 million in demand for critical proposals, and $6.3 million in demand for apprenticeships remaining. Regarding the allocations, we are currently within our allocations for this state fiscal year 22-23. With that, that is the final portion of my report, and I have the one action item related to the consent calendar. However, before I request a motion to approve the consent calendar, I would like to state that the following 3 applications met the criteria to be on consent, but were accidentally left off. Therefore, I would like to request that the following tabs be included and approved as part of the consent calendar. They are tab 34, Napa Solano County's Electrical Industry Apprenticeship and Training Trust Fund, tab 45, Local 246 Pipe Trades District Council number 36, Journeyman and Apprenticeship Training Trust Fund, and tab 46, Marin, Sonoma, Lake, and Mendocino Counties Electrical Joint Apprenticeship and Training Trust Fund. With that change, Madam Chair, I would like to request that the panel members identify which proposals, if any, they would like to pull from today's consent calendar, and then for a motion to approve the consent calendar with the exception and identity of those proposals being pulled, which will be heard individually.
Thanks, Jaime. I know we have one that's going to be pulled, but I did want to mention around the apprenticeship programs that have come forward this time. We have 7 new apprenticeships come through, which I thought was a really good number. I haven't seen so many at one time come through in a panel member meeting, and so I really appreciate all those that are sourcing out some of those new apprenticeship programs. So I did want to mention that because you didn't mention the results, all those new ones that came in there. So with that, we have a motion before us. So Lori, you
Madam
want?
Chair, I recommend that we pull, I'd like to pull number 7, Moscow Olive Products.
Okay. Any other items removing from the consent? Okay, so hearing none, we have a motion before us. So do we have a motion to approve the consent calendar with that one with those three that are now put back in the consent calendar. That would be tab number 34, 45, and 46, as well as number 7 being pulled out of the consent calendar to be heard. So with that, do I have a motion?
Second.
And we have a second to approve, to pull all the ones that I mentioned, 7, and then move 34, 45, 46 back into the consent calendar. So before we actually make a vote, I'd like to open it up to the public if they have any comments on that motion. Do we have anything from the online group?
No hands are raised.
Okay, so hearing nothing from the audience here, I'd like to have a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no. The ayes have it, motion carried. Thank you very much. So. with
Thank you,
that-
Madam Chair.
With that, we have a couple presentations between Heather and Willie regarding the apprenticeship programs, as well as hearing some apprenticeship programs coming before us. So with that, I'm going to pass it over to either one of you two, so.
Good morning, panel members. It's nice to be with you in person. This is my first official meeting in person as a manager, so I'm nervous, but also excited. I feel like post-COVID, it's very nice to see everyone. So if I'm nervous, that's why. So thank you so much, Janice. So what we wanted to do today, as you heard from Jaime and Reg, is we'll actually have 3 apprentices talking to you today about how their programs have impacted their lives. As someone who works very closely with the ETP funded apprenticeship programs, I am very, very excited about this. I'm excited to hear from all of the program participants in the coming months, but for me, this is especially important. We have 3 really fantastic apprentices. Be nice to them. They are so gracious to come and give us their time today, and I know you will. So today, Willie and I will be highlighting some of the changes made to the development process for the apprenticeship programs this year. We'll also discuss generally some of the updates that we hope to make in the coming year. And then at the end, we'll just talk through a couple of the logistics on the meeting today. Next slide, please. All right. So since the inception of the apprenticeship program in fiscal year 12-13, very long ago, the ETP apprenticeship funding has provided a pathway for apprentice programs statewide to receive ETP training dollars. This is aligned with ETP's mission to retain high-wage jobs while providing workers the opportunity to train for career development. These programs offer significant classroom and hands-on training, leading to high-skill, high-wage jobs across the state of California. This year, we expect to fund over 70 contracts, and we have approximately $23.3 million in funding. And by the way, 70 is the most that we've funded to date, if we hit that benchmark. Next slide, please. So ETP is constantly looking at process improvement. And as a result, we've implemented an application timeframe and deadline for the apprentice projects this year. This was in an effort to get the funding out as expeditiously as possible. This is actually a pretty big departure from years past, where the projects would have been scattered throughout the panel meetings throughout the fiscal year. The application was a success. We did receive most of the applications during that time. As a reminder, when we brought these changes to you earlier this year, we did set aside a small portion of funding. That set aside is twofold. Number one, for applicants that may not be aware of this change of this application window, and additionally to that for non-traditional apprenticeship. This courtesy of the funding set aside will extend only 2 years, and after that grace period, all applications will be required to be submitted within the Today, the budget team here today, also we will be bringing some next month as well. The allocations of the funding are based on overall demand and total available funding. This ensures that all applicants have applied this year. In addition, ETP implemented a modified proposal template for these projects for staff. While what you're seeing today looks the same as years past, we updated our internal template, which allowed staff to complete these proposals in a fairly condensed timeline a little more quickly. Finally, as you heard, I think I may mention this a little bit, but getting these projects to panel today took an agency-wide effort from regional staff, contract review unit staff, executive staff, and our regional office managers. Everyone did a truly incredible job developing and moving so many projects. I am continually grateful to the staff for their dedication in getting the job done. In addition, I'd like to thank AAU for their help and expertise, as well as Mario Maslak and Peter Cooper for their leadership on this effort. Next slide, please. Beyond some of the changes that we've made this year that I just highlighted, we also are looking to make further improvements. We will continue to work on the following: a streamlined public-facing proposal, and hopefully to implement a renewal process for these contractors. We will continue to work with the Division of Apprenticeship Standard partners to complement efforts around the apprenticeship program. We will continue to solicit stakeholder input. We're also looking to support non-traditional apprenticeship programs. As I mentioned earlier, we do have a handful that will be coming forward this year that we're very excited about. In addition, we plan to make refinements to eligibility and performance, as well as set parameters for repeat apprenticeship contractors. And lastly, and not listed here, is we're looking for ways to engage apprentice programs that have not been funded by the agency in the past. So to Jan's point, looking to bring in new programs that have not previously been funded. Next slide, please. Okay, the fun part. So today, again, we'd like to do something different. In an effort to spotlight the great work, you'll hear from 3 apprentices. Each of them has a unique story to tell on how their respective programs has had life-changing effects on them. These include both current apprentices as well as a recent graduate. We are very lucky to have them. So first up, we have Shane Sudith. Shane is a recent graduate of the Western Electrical Contractors Association as an electrician. Please welcome Shane.
Hi. This thing on? Does that work?
Yes.
All right. Hi, everybody. So for me, my apprenticeship, when I got accepted into it, I was coming out of a really hard time in my life, and it's a long story, a lot of, bad decisions and things like that, and when I got the apprenticeship, it was ultimately life-changing. It was an opportunity, where Hard Knocks had never really given me those opportunities. And when I got the opportunity, I really grabbed on and I embraced it. And since then, I've got to learn so much and became such a valuable employee to the company that I work for, and things have happened where, just recently I've graduated the apprenticeship program and so many doors were opened up for me. It was emotional, and so ultimately I'm super grateful for WECA and the things that they have done for me. They gave me an opportunity, they saw potential in me, and I just embraced it. Life-changing.
So Sean, I have a question for you. How did you get involved in it? You said you were accepted into the program. So how did that, tell me kind of how that worked out for you? I mean, did you see it in a flyer, or did somebody recommend you, or how did that work?
So for me, the way that I heard about WECA, I was in CalWorks, a program that helps you, find work and, fill out resumes and things like that. And, I saw WECA and it said, easy, fast training for, to become an electrician or even an ET. And so I went in, I filled out the applications and they gave me this really cool thing. It was called a fast track training, and they placed me in a job, and that's really what I needed at that time, and for me, it was like an opportunity that a lot of people that were in my shoes, they don't get. So, with that, it helped me out a lot.
Well, thank you. And so you went to CalWorks on your own initiative, or was that something through the unemployment agency that told you to go to CalWorks, or how did all that work?
I was in a transitional living house
Okay.
through drug rehabilitation,
We don't have to go any further. I just wanted to kind of understand
but my
how,
life has
how they
changed.
get all
since
these
then.
new, I like to get new employees into the apprenticeship programs. So I'd like to know kind of how that works. So I appreciate you being candid and sharing that information with me. Thank you.
All right, thank you, guys.
John, I have a question as well.
So do I.
Congratulations. First of all, congratulations on your certification. It took a lot of managerial courage to be able to step up, swing, and
Thank you.
that. And the question I have to you, how does it feel to be certified now that you are certified?
It's great. It's a huge accomplishment for me. Probably one of the best that I've had in my life, and it feels good to know that I'm highly sought after. My apprenticeship training and being a graduate of WICA right now. I can go anywhere. I can get on with multiple companies, and I'm just kind of feeling that out right now. I've only been a graduate for a couple of weeks, but already I have lots of different opportunities, and those are things that happen through graduating the apprenticeship.
Congratulations, and
Thank you
I
so
wish you
much.
best on staying on track.
Thank you.
Congratulations, Shane.
Thank you.
So my question to you is, could you talk with the panel a little bit more about the education and the training that you received during the apprenticeship program and what that hands-on learning opportunity provided you?
In the beginning, we go through 2-week spurt classes, and those 2 weeks it's in class, in the lab, a lot of book work and things like that. For me, my favorite part was the labs. It's hands-on because you actually get to actually perform some of the tasks that you'll be doing in the field, and it's just helpful that way. Also the staff that WICA has, they're involved, and after so long of being around them, you kind of get to where, you show back up for class and it's like, hey man, what's going on in your life? It's kind of a family endeavor, and for me, most of the experience comes from in the field work, but the best part about it is when you're in the field, the training that you get through these apprenticeship programs, they coincide with a lot of the tasks that you're doing. So, if I was building or bending pipe or something like that, there's a training for that at the apprenticeship, and so say that's what I'm doing, or even there's more technical things, like they have things like Plan Grid, which are reading blueprints and things like that, where also these are all certifications that I have through WICA.
Or California State Certified Electrician?
Certification and OSHA 30 and other different certifications, and I just went from being, just an average guy that was looking for work to being a well-trained employee. And that's a great thing that WICA did for me as well.
About the wage progression during your apprenticeship program, getting the bump up in the salary?
Dramatic.
And how long was this progression?
At once a year. So we got a raise once a year after 2 classes. So after you completed 2 classes and you progress and you make sure that you pass the class, then you get a raise, and it was great.
So much for sharing that information with us today, and appreciate you coming forward today.
Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you, Shane. We really appreciate it. We got to give him kudos too, because my error, we didn't prep him from the questions from panel. So heads up to the other ones coming up. But thank you, Shane. We really appreciate it. Next, we have Londell Gully. He's an apprentice with Plumbers and Steam Fitters UA Local 342. He went from skateboarding to being in the apprentice program. So please welcome Londell.
Hello, everyone. I do want to apologize ahead of time for not giving full eye contact because I didn't give myself the time to memorize everything I wrote down. So bear with me. I want to say thank you all for having me here to talk with you. I'd like to start off by introducing myself. My name is Londo Gully. I'm here with the UA 342 Plumbers and Steam Fitters Apprenticeship Program based out of Alameda County. I'd like to start off by telling you a little bit about my journey and how I got here today. Yeah, pretty much how I got where I am today. A little nervous. Before getting into the trades, I was a pre-apprentice. But before that, I had a number of part-time jobs ranging from working with animals, teaching children to skateboard. Been skateboarding for 13 years. So, and I had a job at a tile factory, which was my previous job before getting into the trades. And I don't like to burn bridges, so I put my 2 weeks in at that job, and they told me they'd see me back in 5 years. So it definitely motivated me to find something greater than that, you know. I started as a peer apprentice at the Cypress Mandela Training Center in Oakland, California, and it was a 4-month-long program. But I was fortunate enough to finish the program at about 3 months and a couple days in. A fellow business agent who came down to that same training center, sorry, I'm so nervous, who I interviewed with this business agent that came down to Cyprus, and he is now the business manager of the hall at 342. He dispatched me out to work in 2018 and told me I'd have to do 710s. I had to stop and ask him at that moment, what do you mean by that? Because I never heard of anyone working every day for 10 hours. I was only 20 years old, so it was all new to me. Yeah, now I'd like to get into what I've learned so far as an apprentice. I'd like to talk about what I've learned so far as an apprentice at 342. But since we're short on time, I guess I have to make it more brief. In short, I've picked up a skill set that no one can truly take away from me, which has also set me up to have a wonderful career. I've gotten the opportunity to learn specific skills from classes I've taken and apply that same knowledge and technique to job sites that I've been on successfully. You can kind of compare picking up that same skill set as like riding a bike, because once you learn it, you never really forget. So I also wanted to mention I've learned about the union and the benefits of being paid a good wage and having benefits for my family and a pension I can retire on. It's really a nice peace of mind knowing that all these things are set up for anyone to have a bright and healthy future to look forward to. So, and I want to think back to when I was young. I would wake up early and watch my dad get up and go to work every day, and I'd always have to catch him before he left to tell him, have a great day, because it was just my thing to catch him before he left. And yeah, his early morning work ethic resonated with me. So I'm doing the same thing as him pretty much without even trying. I became a morning person just because I always wanted to tell my dad goodbye in the morning. So I just want to thank you all for having me and listening to my experience as an apprentice with UA 342. And my apologies for all my nervousness. I haven't had to talk to a big crowd in a while.
Well, thank you. Thank you so much for sharing that information. And just so you know, we're all nervous up here, believe me. I mean, you're not the only one. So, but thanks again. And so do you still skateboard?
Yes, I do. But within my limits now. I know I can't get hurt. I have to get to work the next day. So.
All right. Well, thanks again.
Londell, I congratulate you on where you've come, and I think you did real well.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Asking you the same question I asked Shane is, how does it feel to be certified and have your certification?
I can't say I'm as certified as Shane since he finished his whole apprenticeship. I'm actually I forgot to mention that part. I'm actually in my 9th period as an apprentice. So basically my 4th year. So I haven't completed the whole thing yet, mostly because of the COVID and everything. And yeah, I could elaborate more on that too, because COVID, we had to kind of slow our classes down and everything, totally. But we also had iPads implemented into our classes. So even when classes weren't available to go to, we were able to take certain classes on the iPad. So it still kind of worked out in our favor.
Close, very close.
Yeah, very close.
Congratulations.
Yeah.
What has been the most exciting project that you've worked on or built that you can point to your family and say, I built that, or that you're looking forward to building?
I've literally driven by a few buildings and did that already. I worked on a high rise in Oakland, and that was very exciting because you got to see all the floors go up, and it happens really quick. And I didn't assume that when you see buildings get built, you kind of drive by and you're like, oh, it's gonna take like forever and a half, but a year flies by and it's already done. I got to see a lot of sunrises and things, and I guess the most exciting part about it was learning what it takes to build a building, because you can walk into any place and just be like, oh, this is this is this that, but when you know what it takes to put it all together and see the finish, it's outstanding. It's definitely like an experience in itself.
Congratulations and thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Great. Thank you so much, Lindell. We really appreciate it.
Appreciate you.
All right, one more. So please welcome Paul Martinez. He is an apprentice with the Northern California Iron Workers. Paul, come on up.
So good morning, everyone. I'd like to start off by saying thank you for giving me the time to speak today. My name is Paul Martinez. I'm a 29-year-old fifth period apprentice with the local 118 Iron Workers. I'm 2 years into my 4-year apprenticeship. And prior to joining the apprenticeship, I spent 9 years working unfulfilling jobs. Working and ranging from fast food, working in restaurants, retail, warehouse, and finally finding my way to construction in my early 20s. In that time, I fathered my firstborn son, whom I fought for, and now I have custody of. I made mistakes along the way by obtaining a DUI. It wasn't until I was 25 when I realized I need to get my life together in order to be able to provide for my new family. I worked hard for 2 years in a lumber mill, taking care of my DUI, obtaining my driver's license, and buying my first reliable vehicle. It was during this time when I heard of the local 118 Iron Workers and our 4-year apprenticeship. Our local organizer, and now our local seating president, Raymond Davis, agreed to meet with me at my place of work. He shared his knowledge of our trade and our apprenticeship. We shook hands and my career as an iron worker began. It's been 2 years since I became a member. And in that time, I've been the sole provider for my family of 6. A family that has grown by 1 this year with our new addition of our 4-year-old baby girl, Charlie. I've also been able to move us out of our 2-bedroom apartment and into a new home in Oroville. A home that I can proudly say that I own. My time in the apprenticeship has been nothing but a joyful experience. Learning with my fellow ironworkers both in the field and in the classroom. Classrooms being taught by devoted instructors who were once ironworkers themselves. They teach us not only to be better workers, but also to be leaders and teachers. Leaders and teachers in our trade, in our homes, and in our communities. They are mentors leading by example. As a matter of fact, I spent my Wednesday evening volunteering. It was myself, 2 other apprentices, our instructor, Ronnie Milner, organizer, Raymond Davis, and our business manager, Carl Pino. All of us volunteering our time away from our families to work a job fair event for at least 30 8th grade students. It was at this time I saw what our organization and our apprenticeship was really about. And that is to teach and to provide a better future for our next generation. Thank you guys for listening.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch your first name.
Paul.
Paul. So Paul, did you work at Sierra Pacific? You said you worked at the lumber mill. I didn't.
I worked for a lumber mill called Yuba River Molding and Millwork.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I worked 20 years in a lumber mill, so that's why I know you probably think, really? Yeah, I did. I was a superintendent and had 500 guys that worked for me.
Mhm.
So anyway, yeah, so I thought when you said Lumber Mill in Orville, I know Sierra Pacific is up in that area, so I'm not familiar with the one that you mentioned, but
Mhm.
congratulations on that story. It's very heartwarming, and especially you're building your career and your family. I think that's a great opportunity for you. So I really appreciate the efforts, and especially the teaching that you're doing with others. I think it's a really cool thing that you're doing and taking time out of your family to do that. So congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. I was very touched and heartwarmed on your story. I appreciate you sharing, and as well as you've come such a long way. So you're continuing the path, and we love hearing these stories, but they're real. And I'm glad, I also want to thank the panel too, and everyone out there, as we do make a difference in what we do. We don't just sit up here and say yes or no, but hearing your story connects the dots to our purpose and our objectives on the panel. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, what's been the #1 project that comes to mind that you really enjoyed working on and building as an iron worker?
I've been on quite a few projects, but the biggest one that I could point out to family as we drive into Sacramento is a Richard Boulevard office complex. I was able to be a part of that and put in all the steel decking in there. So the floors that you walk on these high-rise buildings, it's my work that allowed these floors to be here. So it's a pretty awesome thing to be a part of.
Congratulations. Do you want to share any more about the wage progression that you're receiving as an apprentice and what that means to you and your family? I mean, owning your own home is significant in this day and age, so congratulations on that.
Thank you. Since the 2 years I joined the apprenticeship, I doubled my income, and I'm only halfway through my apprenticeship.
Congratulations, Paul. Great job.
Thank you, everyone.
And thanks for coming and sharing today.
Appreciate it. You guys have a good one.
Thank you, Paul. Again, we want to thank Shane, Londell, and Paul for sharing their stories with us. We all know it's not easy to get up here and speak, especially when they have to speak to the panel members up elevated. So thanks again. We really appreciate it. So with that, at this point in the presentation, I will turn it over to Willie, and he'll give a couple updates and logistics on the rest of the meeting today.
Thanks, Heather. Again, I'd just like to thank the apprentices for sharing their personal stories. What I have next is just for informational purposes only and does not require any action items. However, there is opportunity for panel members to request agenda items for future panel or policy meetings. As Heather stated, there are a few minor changes to the format of the proposal which may not be noticeable. It is our intent to continue open discussions with panel members and stakeholders to further refine the document in order to provide relevant information you need to see, while at the same time providing narrative highlighting the impact of the training you want to read and know about. What we're trying to do is connect their stories to the training through the proposal. What you will also see today for you are the active and prior projects. The one reason you will see all those that will not show performance as we normally do is that it allows a starting point for a discussion of understanding the structure of the apprenticeships and how we can look at repeat contracts, right? And who can hold the contract, who will be the applicant. In the coming months, the panel will see new non-traditional, or we call innovative apprenticeship proposals. As these are new under the ETP apprenticeship allocation, staff will engage stakeholders and the panel to revise our current updates and our guidelines to incorporate their uniqueness and differences, as these will be new to ETP as we traditionally fund construction trades, which will look a little bit different. To continue with the governor's goal, staff is engaging to address meeting the needs by exploring future funding methodologies with elements such as targeting funding to first and second year apprentices, emphasizing pre-apprentice programs that have connections and pathways to an apprenticeship program. We also are doing learning lessons from our current open application window by engaging stakeholders and getting their feedback of what worked and what did not work. We are also having communication with civic makers as they are looking at the application process, and this is one part of that. That's all the update I have for today. If you have any questions, we are open.
So Willie, I do have a couple comments actually around the uniqueness of apprenticeship programs. And, as you know, I looked at all of, made my head spin as I talked to you on, through our discussions.
Makes my head spin too.
Yeah, because, for me, it's like affiliates, Western, Eastern, Northern, Southern, it seemed like all of them were similar. And I looked at their training curriculum and they were identical to some of the training programs. So if we are allowing this to happen with apprenticeship programs in that regard, hopefully we can open it up to other MECs if they have, like CMTA or CMTC that have larger contracts, maybe they can have duplicates as well. So that's what I'm saying is that we have these special situations for apprentices, and we need to open it up to all of the MECs. And that's why one of the things that we're considering. So I just want you to think through that.
Oh, okay. So was that a question in there somewhere, or you just want me
It's
to
just
think
my
about
comments,
that?
Just my comments. I want
Okay,
you to
and then I think,
I've actually talked it over with Reg in the past, so I wanted to make it on, on statement to say that that's a concern, is that if we have special situations set aside for apprentices, that we have to open it up, open it up to all MECs, so.
and I hear you, Jan. And I think that's why it's important that we have that discussion of understanding the structure of apprenticeship, understanding the structure of the organizations to see who is actually the contract holder, so we can have that talk.
All right, well, thank you for the comments. Any other comments to Willie from the panel? All right, so with that, we have a couple of people from Civic Makers that are are they here today or? Oh, it will be Willie and Jaime. Okay, they're not actually here in person. Okay, so with that, Willie and Jaime can share what the Civil Makers have going for them, so.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, unfortunately, the Civic Makers team of Judy, Britt, and Virginia were not able to make it today. So Willie and I are going to, more Willie than I, are going to provide information as an update to where we are with this particular effort. So with that, Willie.
Thank you. Thank you. We have a couple of slides here just to provide a status update regarding Civic Makers and the progress that we are making. Can you go to the next slide? Through Civic Makers and looking at the first in, first out application process, what we're doing is using what they call a human-centered design method. It revolves around 5 different phases. Currently, we are in the empathy phase, where we are reaching out to stakeholders, having interviews with them, hearing what they have to say. What we're trying to do is design for or design with, but not just for the end user, a collaboration, sort of say. Can you go to the next slide? What you see before you is a timeline of our activities. September through October, stakeholder interviews will be conducted. Again, that's where we empathize with the stakeholders. October and November, Civic Makers will do some data analysis, and they will bring that back to the design team to discuss. In December, ideation phase takes place where we explore ways to address the challenges that came out of that data. January, there will be prototype and testing ideas, feedback through a transparent and open public process. Coming in February through March, where the group prepares and presents recommendations to the panel. And then April through June, stakeholder messaging and implementation going into the next fiscal year. Can you go to the next slide? Updates about the design team. The design team consists of subject matter expert staff who touch all points of the application process, from the engagement of an applicant all the way through fiscal closeout and even audits. The purpose of the design team is to learn and understand the process of the human-centered design, of how and why design decisions will be made to improve processes throughout ETP. Civic Makers will continue to lead interviews and keep raw data confidential, then present their findings to design team who will help come up with solutions based on stakeholder input. Currently, we scheduled bi-weekly meetings with ETP design team and Civic Makers all the way through this process. Can you go to the next slide? What we've asked is internal and external stakeholders to kind of draw a picture of what the current process looks like. And as you can see here, it's a little windy. All right, can you go to the next slide? Now, just a little update about the interviews. Currently, we have 13 stakeholders we've identified and contacted. And what I mean by we, I mean civic makers. 8 interviews have been scheduled, 4 have already been completed. 12 or 13 additional stakeholders are to be identified by ETP staff, panel members, or any other interested parties. Some broad categories of stakeholders currently missing from the interview list are applicants themselves, businesses without consultants, labor agency representatives, prospective applicants, and applicants who are ineligible. Can you go to the next? Thank you. Well, what's next? Civic Makers team will continue interviewing stakeholders with input on who else should be consulted by the ETP design team and panel members. Interviews are 45 minutes and consist of questions that explore what's currently working and what can be improved. And if anyone has any questions or comments, they're always available to email judy@civicmakers.com. I'm open for questions if you have any.
So Willie, let me see if I got this right. If I'm hearing right, it was civic makers are the ones that are conducting the actual interview.
Yes, they are. They are the facilitator. Well, currently there are no staff. What they will do is they're teaching staff how to conduct empathy interviews. So at some point there may be staff involved in that.
I have my certificate in human-centered design, so I've gone through the process.
You have to turn your.
I've gone through the process before. Okay, so they're conducting the interview right now, and then there's a total of 13 or 26.
Currently there's a total of 13 that have been identified. We would like to interview approximately 25 or 26. We need a good fairly number to get some good feedback.
And you feel 2 months there's an ample time among other duties of staff to take time out. It's important. I got that, but there's other things going on as well. So is 2 months ample time to be able to deliver the results of the interviews?
I don't think we're not looking at it as, is it enough time? How important is it?
Oh, I'm very important.
And so,
that, but I also,
yes.
I've been a working person as well and understand that it takes time.
Yes, I do understand that. It is a priority for us. So understanding that we shift things to make sure that this works,
So
that
the
we
answer is
move
yes, I
forward.
guess, right? The answer is yes?
Yes.
Okay, got it. Thanks.
Jaime, do you have anything to add?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Just a couple of quick comments to add. Obviously, there's a lot of work that's going to go into making this a successful effort and initiative moving forward. The intent is really to have the civic makers take the lead. They are going to be doing the heavy lifting initially. As we have the design team is going to learn from them, understand the processes, and then be able to grow and develop themselves so that they can take those approaches and apply them to other things moving forward, not just this particular design. So the intent of the civic makers is not only to work on this specific effort, but also help ETP learn how to move some of these particular processes forward. To that end, and to add to your question, the focus is going to be to ensure that we obviously get our normal day-to-day operational jobs done, but we have identified a group of individuals that are specifically the design team on this. And that team member, the intention of those team members is to get some dedicated time to be able to make this effort happen. We understand that the changes that may come of this are going to potentially impact our organization completely, right? If what comes of this effort is that we need to completely change our application process to something different, that changes everything that we do. So to that end, it's not going to be just a couple of months to make that happen. It will probably end up being significantly longer than that. So the phases that we have are the initial phases as identified, but it is possible that it may take longer than initially expected. We hope that we can deliver during the times that have been identified, but if there is a need to make changes to it, we will as part of that. So, thank you.
Right, so with that, and thanks again for the updates. Actually, I was one of the interviewers and they heard an earful. So anyway, so with that, we're going ahead and hear our proposals. And so up first will be tab number 7.
Oh, okay.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Tab number 7, the representatives are not able to make it today, so they would like to just be heard at the next panel meeting.
Oh, is that okay with you? Then we'll just move that one up.
All right, sounds good.
Okay, is that okay with them as well?
Yeah, I talked to them. They would like to make it. They just had a kind of in-person HR function. They couldn't break away from that for.
Okay,
to answer.
and just so they'll know and be prepared for it, I mean, is there something that you want to just tell them that you had some concerns?
Sure. On number, my question was around wages, specifically our veterans' wages on job number 3. The job creation, they list 3 veterans who will be farm staff with a wage of $18 and $18.75. I find it kind of sad, actually, that they are kind of banded with the storage yard staff that starts at $18 as well. I find it hard that there are no transferable skills for our veterans and they can't have a higher wage in a different job. So that's my question and my concern.
And I spoke to them a little bit about that, and they're going to take another look at their wages with the company representative and her director are going to relook at that since these were wages provided to them through their HR department. So they're going to double check some of that and build a report back on that. So hopefully, I assume, and I don't want to assume and give you bad information, but we'll find out more next panel.
That sounds good. The other question I have too is their commitment to training. I just questioned for their new hires, they list that they do budget $100,000 of their own, out of their own funds for training. They also state that they have new hire orientation and so forth. So my question to them as well, is that sitting in front of a computer or is that live training? So
Yeah, I'm
ask
not
them that.
100%
I
sure,
don't
but
know.
we'll find
So
out.
what that looks like.
Right. Okay, sounds good.
Thanks, Chris. Thanks.
Madam Chair, if I may, perhaps we get a motion just for clarity of the record to table this to the next panel meeting.
Okay.
That way we have it clear. Sorry
Okay.
to speak loud in the mics. on me.
Actually, Madam Chair.
Yes.
if I may, I'll make a motion that we table Moscow Olive products to next month's meeting.
Second.
How's that?
Second, do you want to go ahead and state what your second?
Yeah, motion to move it to Musgrave Olive to the next panel meeting.
Very good. So I have a first and a second motion. And so before we make a vote on it, I'm going to open it up to the public and they're on the line or anything like that, that they may have any comments or.
No hands are raised at this time.
Okay, so very good. So with that, I'd like to, all in favor of tabling Musgrave Olive until the next panel meeting, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no. The ayes have it. Motion will be tabled. Thank you. All right, so with that, we'll go ahead and begin our tab number 13. And I think,
Madam Chair, I'd like to recuse myself.
so we have Rick Smiles who's going to recuse himself from tab number 13. Just step out for a minute.
Great. Please turn to tab 13. That's for Laborers Training and Retraining Trust Fund for Southern California. A repeat contractor requesting $499,720 to train 75 journey, 340 apprentice, and 30 veteran apprentice retrainees. Representing the proposal today is Lisa Becerra, Director, and Kelly Greer, Consultant, and John Brower, CalFed.
Right? You have to turn the mic on, please.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. Good morning. I want to express our utmost gratitude for this funding. With this funding, we have been able to graduate numerous apprentices. Last year, 2021, we graduated 779 apprentices. We currently have 2,500 active apprentices. We can't do anything like this or of this magnitude without this funding. So we are very much grateful.
Right. So with that, do
I have questions. Thank you. It's a question directed at you, but also to all the other applicants for apprenticeship programs in the audience today. So I'm going to be very slow in how I read this because I love to have each of you address this in your opening remarks when you come before us. What programs and policies are you employing to bring more women, people of color, and persons from disadvantaged communities into your apprenticeship program, and how are you measuring your success in that?
That is one of the requirements of our apprenticeship program as part of our standard. So we do have 9 apprenticeship coordinators that actively participate in job fairs. So we're actively recruiting for females, veterans, as well as minorities. So our 9 apprenticeship coordinators touch 11 counties. And so we're pretty active. That's a normal part of our schedule, is attending job fairs and career fairs. COVID made that a little difficult, but we're back on track.
I motion that we approve $499,720 to the Labor Training and Retraining Trust Fund.
So I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second to approve the $499,720 for the Labor Training and Retraining Trust Fund. Okay, before we vote on it, do we have any public comment regarding this proposal?
No hands are raised at this time.
Right, so with that, I'd like to get a vote. So all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no. The ayes have it. Motion's carried for the $499,720 for the Laborers Training and Retraining Trust Fund.
Thank you so much.
Mike, am I on track? Okay, good. Just want to make sure. Thanks.
All right, we got Rick back. So please turn to tab 14, which is for Local 250 Apprenticeship and Journey Training Trust Fund of Southern California Plumbing and Piping Industry. A repeat contractor requesting $494,479 to train 289 apprentice retrainees. Representing the proposal today is David Payne, Training Coordinator, and Latimer Bitat, Consultant.
Good morning, committee members. Again, my name's Dave Payne. I'm the training coordinator for pipe fitters and welding at Local 250. To open, we are actively going after recruitment of women, minorities, and veterans by retasking our organizational efforts, which is also encompassing recruitment.
Have you seen any progression with that? I know at one time we were like 2 or 3% women in the trades. Are you seeing any increase in that number, or?
Really, currently we have 14 women and 14 veterans. It's really static. We are trying to do the best we can, but it's really difficult. You know, once people grasp what we do in the field, the welding and the pipe fitting and stuff, it's really hard to excite people about that.
You need to get on TikTok. It seems like everybody's on TikTok. You know, as soon as you start getting on TikTok, you probably have more people involved in you.
Yeah, but then I'd be worried about OSHA violations.
Just giving you some recommendations. So, all right, any other questions from the panel regarding?
Just going to say for those in the audience where you have your success stories of how you're achieving this outreach, please share that so we can all learn from each other in this context.
Chairman, I move to approve $494,479 to the Local 250 Apprentice and Journeyman Training Trust Fund of the Southern California Plumbing and Piping Industry.
Do I have a second? Have a second from Doug. You want to go ahead and state what it is? So,
Second, the funding amount of $494,479.
okay, for the local 250 apprenticeship and training trust fund. All right, so I have a first and a second, so I'm going to open it up to the public. If there's any comments regarding this proposal, anything from the video? From the
No public comment from Zoom at
public
this time.
comment? All right, so with that, I'd like to vote. So all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no. The ayes have it for funding $494,479 for local 250. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Please turn to tab 15, which is for Los Angeles County Electrical Education and Training Trust Fund, a repeat contractor requesting $499,931 to train 293 apprentice and 21 veteran apprentice retrainees. Representing the proposal today is Diana Lemon, Director, and Kelly Greer, Consultant.
Good morning, panel members. I have the privilege of being the training director at the Los Angeles Electrical Training Institute. Very grateful and appreciative for the opportunity that you have provided us with additional funding to be able to provide lifelong careers in the union electrical industry. Currently, we have 1,727 apprentices in all of our programs, 89 women, 144 veterans, and we continue to strive to increase that. To address Ms. Newsom's question about what we do as far as trying to increase our numbers with women and minorities, myself as training director have made efforts to increase the women on our administrative staff, as well as hiring more female instructors so that women can see women in these roles to be able to feel comfortable and wanting to have careers in our industry. Next week, we start a cohort with some veterans that are still active in the military in the last 180 days in the Veterans Electrical Entry Program. So we'll increase the number of veterans that we bring into our program. I think if you were to walk into our apprenticeship on any given day, you would see the diversity that's reflective of the community that we serve in Los Angeles. So proud to be a part of our program. And if you have any questions, I'd be happy to address them.
Thank you so much. Does the panel have any questions for her?
Gold star. Thank you.
No, just motion to approve $499,470 to the NECA IBEW Inland Training Fund.
Second, I'm looking at Michael. Do I have to repeat it all? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
So it's to make a motion for the 499,931. Is that the number I'm looking at?
That's
Okay.
Correct.
It was a different number that you came out with, so I just wanted to make sure.
Gretchen, I'm sorry, Gloria, you got ahead on the tab. So we're on tab 15, which is for LA
Sorry,
Well, I
County
had to
Electrical.
go back
Okay, I'll go
and
back.
kind of readjust that.
Now
Okay.
readjust that.
Okay, so we have a motion.
Well,
wanna
I think we need her to restate her
Restate
motion.
that for me, please.
Okay, so I make a motion to approve. Tell me that number, Mo. What's the number? Yeah,
499,931.
correct, $499,931
To the LA County.
to LA County Electrical Education Training Trust Fund.
We
I
have.
second that motion.
Sorry, I was one ahead.
Second motion to approve the 499,931 to the LA County Electrical Education and Training Trust Fund. So we have a motion and a second. I'm going to open it up to the public if they have any comments regarding this proposal. Anything from online?
Nothing online at this time.
Okay, so we don't have any comments. So with that, I'd like to have a vote. All in favor of approving the 499,931 for the LA County Electrical Educational and Training Trust Fund, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no. The ayes have it, motion carried. Thank you.
Please turn to tab 16, which is for NECA/IBEW Inland Training Fund, a repeat contractor requesting $499,740 to train 11 journey, 314 apprentice, and 30 veteran apprentice retrainees. Representing the proposal today is John Rowe, Director, and Kelly Greer, Consultant.
Morning. Thank you for having me. First, I'd like to thank the ETP, continuous ongoing support. It really means a lot to the training program and our apprentices. It impacts us, in a big way and helps out with a lot of training materials. Currently, we have over 500 apprentices, probably well over 500 trainees. Work is going great in the area. We hold probably about 60% minorities in our area. A lot of the work right now is focused in the solar fields. San Bernardino ongoing right now. Actually, we're starting at 15 new apprentices come Monday. Riverside is also doing exceptionally well. Right now, they're having sometimes a lack of materials because there's so much work out there, but as soon as those go, again, we'll see another steady increase of apprentices. I think probably between last year and this year, we probably have a 20% increase of apprentices. And like I said, we're already bringing in the new batch and we're going to start school next year. But again, work's going great in our area, and thank you very much for your support.
I have a question. You have one outstanding contract out right now.
Yes.
How are you doing on experience, on completion?
Yeah.
Thank you for letting me answer this question because it's going to keep coming up. So right now, fiscal is working very, very hard to close out the 21s. All of the 21s closeouts have been provided, and until they close them out, it's impossible to load the 22 performance. But they currently, as you can tell from their numbers, have more than 100% ready to go up into 22. And I would also just like to say that fiscal has done an amazing job getting this back on track, and would like to thank that.
So I just see what I see in front of me. So for in your contract for 19 and dash 21, you did get 100%. Good job. Okay. So your contract that starts in August of the year 20 and ends in 22 ended. How do you plan around 100% as well, or close?
100%. Yes.
Your efforts to advance more women coming into the trade?
Women coming in the trade, steadily we see a slow increase of them. The recruitment could sometimes be a challenge, getting women to come in the trade and join the construction workforce. Recently, I actually just partnered with the Cassandra Banks Foundation. And right now they're going to be recruiting more women towards our program that we're going to, give them direct interview and possibly put them also into our pre-apprenticeship program. So their goal is to bring in more people for us over the next 2 years, and try to increase those numbers. So we're actively trying to increase those numbers always, and slowly our numbers are going up.
And thank you, Kelly, for providing the information around the tables. That is kind of a hot button for me, because when I see zero numbers in these tables, I start thinking there's some funny business going on, because we don't allow that for many other contractors out there. So that's why it's good that you can clarify that for me as well as the rest of the panel regarding why you don't have any information in those tables. So as you know, I've said this to you in the past, you were going to provide all kinds of information for me. I really didn't want to hear about flow charts and presentations. It didn't make a difference to me. So just as long as you can, confirm with the panel that, I don't have any problem, you're going to get 100%. That's not even in the equation. The equation is that this is what we see regarding performance. We see it from all of our contractors, and we don't see anything in your boxes. And so I always say, is that an admin problem? You say, no, it has something to do with how you train your employees. And
thank you so much for talking about this, and let's giving us an opportunity to really explain. And one thing I would like to say is that all of these apprenticeship programs have their ET22s in the system ready to upload. And I thank ETP for creating a computer system that actually makes sure that we're not duplicating any of the apprentices. And so it does seem like it takes more time to do it this way. And there's that lag period where it's very, very confusing. But really what it helps is later on to make sure that we don't have duplicate people in the same program. So
I think when you're being funded all in 1 month or 1 or 2 months, you're going to see probably more tables being filled in, because you have a whole 1 year to get that information in there. That's kind of what I'm hoping for.
Oh, I'm hoping for the same thing. Thank you very much for your patience.
Thank you.
I had one more follow-up question, if you don't mind. Your curriculum is it's advanced clearly and very robust, but I'm seeing an absence from EVITP, Electric Vehicle Infrastructure Training Program, which would help advance the governor's initiative to transition vehicles to ZEVs. Are you looking to incorporate that into your curriculum?
Not so much in your curriculum, because in order to get a certificate of UEITP, you
Usually
actually
in
have
the
to be a
5th year.
journeyman
Right.
certificate. So right now, we're looking at possibly do it in the last semester of the 5th year. So that way, upon completion, they can actually have that. Warren talks about it, but it has not been implemented. But we do ongoing EVITP, especially with the journeyman right now coming into the course. But
Strongly
we also
encourage
got
you
to
to do
get
that.
enhancement of our training in our classrooms for it.
Any other questions from the panel?
Motion to approve $499,740 for the NECA IBEW Inland Training Fund.
I have a second.
Second, to fund the $499,740, the NECA IBEW Inland Training Fund.
So I have a motion and a second to approve the $499,740 for the NECA IBEW Inline Training Fund. So before we go ahead and vote on it, I'd like to open it up to the public regarding any comments regarding this proposal.
No public comment from online at this time.
Okay, so with that, I'd like to get a vote. All in favor of this proposal of $499,740 to the NECA IBEW Inland Training Fund, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no. The ayes have it, motion carried. Thank you.
Thank you.
Panel members, please turn to tab 17. It's for San Luis Obispo County Electrical Joint Apprenticeship and Training Trust. A first-time contractor requesting $82,843 to train 38 apprentice and 3 veteran apprentice retrainees. Representing the proposal today is Joe Fitzer, Director, and Kelly Greer, Consultant.
Hello, thank you for having me today. My name is Joe Fitzer. Like just mentioned before, I'm the Training Director for the San Luis Obispo County Electrical Joint Apprenticeship Training and Trust. I'm also a product of that same program. I graduated from that program, and now I'm proud to say that I'm the training director for the same program that I graduated from. We're one of the smallest apprenticeships and or locals unions in California, if not the whole 9th district, which is most of the western states. So this funding really helps us dramatically, not having the larger population. I will say that as far as veterans go, we're working with helmets to hard hats, and we offer direct to interview for anyone that has a DD 214 with an honorable discharge. As far as women in the trade, I'm working very hard to educate, and I think the problem with women in the workforce, as far as not getting them to come into the trades, is education. So we've been going to junior high schools with my female apprentices and high schools to promote apprenticeships in general, and then specifically for us, electrical apprenticeships. And I feel like that has helped. I don't think that enough education towards the option of apprenticeships in junior highs and high schools is offered to them, and they only know about college. The first thing I do when I go to these trade shows and or events is I ask the young people if they've ever heard of apprenticeships, and almost always they say no. So that's what I'm doing to.
No, it's hard work. I was in the same boat with you with in manufacturing. So really, really hard to get women involved unless they know more about the program. And dollars speak, believe me, when you talk about how much money they'll earn. It makes a big difference. So, all right. Any other comments from the panel regarding this proposal? Okay, hearing none. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve the funding of $82,843 for the San Luis Obispo County Electrical Joint Apprenticeship and Training Trust.
Second.
Second, total of $82,843. San Luis Obispo County Electrical Training Trust.
Okay, so I have a motion and a second to approve for $82,843 to San Luis Obispo County Electric Joint Apprenticeship and Training Trust. So before we make a vote on it, I'd like to open it up to the public if there's any comment regarding this proposal.
Nothing online.
Right, so with that, I'd like to have a vote. All in favor of approving $82,843,000 to the San Luis Obispo County Electrical Joint Apprenticeship and Training Trust. You're gonna have to skinny those numbers down for us to keep saying that, I'm telling you. So do I have all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no. The ayes have it, motion carried. Thank you.
you very
And
much.
thank you for bringing a new contract in. You're first one up, and I appreciate that. Thanks a lot.
Panel members, please turn to tab 18. It's for Santa Barbara County Electrical, JATC. Also a first-time contractor requesting $101,173 to train 37 apprentice and 20 journey retrainees. Representing the proposal today is Kelly Greer, consultant.
I'm going to take down the paperwork. So thank you very much for letting me.
Can you speak? It doesn't, I can't hear you. Oh, sorry, is that better? No, you may
Shut
be
off.
turning it off.
Okay, that better?
Yep.
So for family reasons, unfortunately, the director could not come today, but this is his first time having his own ETP project. He has been part of the umbrella, the California Labor Federation umbrella, and has done a fabulous job. The JATC has graduated all of the people through their program that they put into it. They've did a fabulous job on their paperwork and meeting the work hours. And again, it's unfortunate he could not come today, but we thank you for allowing me to stand in for him. And I can answer any questions about the JATC. Again, it's a very small JATC on the coast, Santa Barbara.
Do you have anything to provide as to what he's doing to advance more women into the trade or persons of color? And it's Santa Barbara. So
That would be a hard question. I'm sorry, I should have been prepared to
relay
answer
it to
that.
him that next time he comes around.
I will tell him.
Okay.
I do know when I first met with him, part of his leadership was a woman, and that's always a good sign. Thank you.
Questions regarding this? So do I have a motion?
Jeremy? Motion to approve 101,173 to Santa Barbara Electrical JATC.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second to fund. Sorry about that. Second to fund $101,173 to Santa Barbara County Electrical JATC.
So I have a motion and a second to approve the 101,173 to Santa Barbara County Electrical JATC. So before we vote on it, I'd like to open it up to the public if they have any comments regarding this proposal or anything from online.
Nothing online at this time.
Fine, all right. So with that, I'd like to make a vote. All in favor of to approve the $101,173 to the Santa Barbara County Electrical JATC, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no. The ayes have it, motion carried. Thank you.
Thank you very
Kelly,
much.
thanks for standing in.
Panel members, please turn to tab 19. It's for Southern California Elevator Constructors, Apprentice and Training Trust. They are a repeat contractor requesting $492,768 to train 288 apprentice retrainees. Representing the proposal today is Tony Gaznika, Chairman, and Vladimir Batat, Consultant.
Morning, Madam Chairman, Committee. Thank you very much for seeing us today, and thanks a lot for all you do for all of us. Your efforts are great, and they really help us out. My name's Tony Gazzaniga. I'm business manager at the Elevator Constructors Local 18. Last year, we graduated over 167 apprentices into journey level positions in the elevator trade, changing their lives forever. We represent roughly 600 apprentices. Currently, 1/5 are veterans. We've received some, pats on the back for that. We work real close with Helmets to Hard Hats. Where we receive most of our women candidates are through the Helmets to Hard Hat program. We reach out to all the different programs. We've also tried a little non-traditional, which is we're going to some of the halfway house programs and trying to talk to them. People coming out of prison. It's a little different avenue in order to get both men and women into the trade. As far as minorities, with our current numbers, we're close to 50%. As far as our numbers, and that's all self-identified.
Well, Mr. Petit, I want to say thank you for taking over some of Steve DeShae's work. I really appreciate that, and I know he has a great trust in you, so thanks again. All right, any other comments regarding this? Do I have a motion? Oh,
Motion to approve $492,768 to the Southern California Elevator Constructors Apprenticeship and Training Trust.
Second. Second to fund the $492,768 to the Southern California Elevator Constructors Apprenticeship and Training Trust.
okay, so I have a first and a second to approve the $492,768 to the Southern California Elevator Constructions Apprenticeship and Training Trust. So before we go ahead and vote on it, I'd like to open it up to the public if they have any comments regarding this proposal.
Nothing online.
Thing online as well. Okay, so I'd like to get a vote on this. All in favor to approve the $492,768 to the Southern California Elevator Constructors Apprenticeship and Training Trust, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no. The ayes have it. Motion carried.
Thank you
Thank
all.
you.
You panel members are really getting those numbers down. Us managers have to do
You
that
know,
all the
I'll
time.
probably
It
get
can be a little
laryngitis
tough.
by the end of the,
I know, can I inject a general counsel? Is this absolutely necessary to do the second to that degree as well?
Well, I mean, this is what we talked about the other day, and to revisit some of the training sessions. The purpose of this is to ensure that we have a clear record and that those that need to prepare contracts after this meeting know precisely what's being offered and what's motioned. When it gets into the numbers, when we talked about dollar numbers and amounts, that really had a lot to do because of the changing variations of the numbers. So I'm happy that we oversteered the ship and are getting more into those formalities. But if it's clear what the second is, and when it's clear what the second is, because somebody's done a very good job on the initial motion. So I'm fine with that. And as for numbers, if we're stumbling on those, again, if the motion's clear and the record's clear, your attorney's a happy guy.
okay.
So that's, I'm finding that we're going to be moving into a sweet spot here, and I'm excited to see it take place in front of me. So thank you. Well, I mean, this is where we go back to Roberts, and Roberts has that more inefficient, painful, tedious process of the echoing of the exact words back and forth for the record. But what I'm stating here is that if the motion is perfectly clear, like I've been hearing, a motion to approve this training proposal in the amount of X, Y, Z, if that's clear, I'm content with having just a second for that and then moving forward to the next step, which would be the public comment. I'm fine with that.
Everything again.
If so long as it's clear. If you, however, can't hear, because this was something that we talked about too, I'm noticing that some voices aren't getting on mic and it's not clear. So I have appreciated with you echoing it. I'm not trying to shame Gloria, but her voice sometimes does not hit the mic so well. So I'm happy when those instances, because I could barely hear what Gloria was saying. So I like the echoing on it. But if the motion is loud and clear and filling the room, then I'm fine with having more of a casual stand.
Okay, very good. I mean, I just, like I said, this is my first go around with, after the training, and I wanted to make sure I was capturing all your 20 pages of Robert's Rules of Order here.
Right. And then also too, just as a gentle reminder, a lot of the reasons when we were getting that had a lot to do when we're modifying proposals that are coming forth. So I want to make sure that those items and any changes are definitely clearly stated in the motions.
Very good. Thanks, Mike.
Please turn to tab 20. It's for Southern California Field Iron Workers Apprenticeship Training and Journeyman Retraining Trust. They are a repeat contractor requesting $471,144 to train 63 journey, 292 apprentice, and 10 veteran apprentice retrainees. Representing the proposal today is Jason Raptor, Director, and Kelly Greer, Consultant.
Jason Raptor is going to represent the Northern California Ironworkers Apprenticeship and Training Trust. My name is Michael Peterson. I'll be representing the Southern California Ironworker Training Trust. We represent Ironworkers Local 416, 433, and Local 229. Between the north and the south, we have around 3,063 apprentices currently. We're heavily recruiting in all of our regions. As far as recruitment of veterans, right now, we are so busy that if you walk in the door as a veteran, we're going to ask you, when can you start? And we'll give them direct entry. For women, we do 2 or 3 pre-apprenticeships annually at our regional training center in Benicia, California, where we have anywhere between 25 to somewhere between 20 and 30 women are invited. We send them to training. We pay for their flights, pay for their lodging, their meals and everything. And if they complete the program, they get direct entry into one of our apprenticeship programs. We do the same thing for veterans. We make sure it's a mixture of people, all your different demographics. So we're very busy right now, and especially in San Diego, but all over the Southern California region. And our numbers are anticipated to grow a lot. And we are humbly here to request that you renew our contract and to let you guys know that these funds that are provided to us are made, put to good use, and we really do appreciate it. And I'll be happy to answer any questions from the panel.
There's something specific that I just wanted to commend you and the ironworkers on, in that you have the best paid maternity coverage in the entire nation. So 6 months of paid maternity coverage before birth, plus the 6 to 8 weeks afterwards. And I just want to commend you on that. Very
Thank you.
forward of you.
I'd like to, that kind of brings a thought to mind. We had a female apprentice who recently graduated, and she hands down was the best welder, apprentice welder that we had. And she recently took advantage of that maternity leave, and we'll be happy when she returns to work. Thank you.
Any other comments regarding this?
Make a motion to approve the $471,144 for the Southern California Field Ironworkers Apprenticeship Training and Journeyman Retaining Trust.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, I have a first and a second. So to approve the $471,144 to the Southern California Field Ironworkers Apprenticeship Training and Journeyman Retraining Trust. So before we go ahead and vote on that, I'd like to go ahead and open it up to the public. They have any comments regarding this proposal?
Nothing online at this time.
Okay, very good. So with that, I'd like to vote on it. So all in favor of supporting this project, say aye.
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 Those opposed, say no. The ayes have it, motion carried. Thank you.
Thank you, panelists.
Panel members, please turn to tab 21. It's for Southern California Plastering Institute Trust. They are a first-time contractor requesting $164,193 to train 26 journey and 75 apprentice retrainees. Representing the proposal today is Steve Tasco, Director, and Kelly Greer, Consultant.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Steve Tasco, Instructor Coordinator, Director of Local 200 of Southern California Plastering Institute. Currently, we have 89 apprentices. We have 516 as of July working tradesmen. This funding from ETP is very important for our program. We actively recruit. The hardest thing that we're having right now is getting women in, but we actively recruit to the high schools. We go to job fairs. We do trade shows. We just recently got our VR fireproofing rig, which helps with recruitment. And we just had an open house yesterday where we had 14 applicants come in, and our beginners week starts on the 10th.
Comments? So Kelly, I'm going to open it up to you on this one. So the 3 new proposals that we sent come through, how did you, why are they the first time? Why didn't they come before us in the past? Or are they kind of a branch off of some of the bigger ones, or how did that work?
Sure. Before they were part of the California Labor Federation project, although there are a couple that weren't part of it, but the really small ones coming in. And the thinking is that they came into the umbrella and it was supposed to be an incubator program. And they now have been very successful, and there's no reason for them to be in the incubator program. And there's no increase of cost to the panel because they're getting the same as they got underneath the umbrella. They're just going to be working independently.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's great. I mean, because, I mean, you've got a bucket of money. We know what the bucket of money is. We just saw it up on the slide. So however you want to manage that within your group, I mean, it's fine. So I like to see some new projects come in. So I appreciate you bringing them forward. So
we're very, very proud of Steve and his group.
Okay, very good. All right. Any other comments or questions regarding this proposal? So hearing none, do I have a motion?
Motion to approve the total ETP funding of $164,193 to the Southern California Plastering Institute Trust application.
So do I have a second?
Second.
So I have a first and a second to approve the $164,193 to the Southern California Plastering and Institute Trust. So before we make a vote on it, I'd like to open it up to the public if they have any comments regarding this.
Nothing online at this time.
Nothing. So with that, I'd like to vote on it. So all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. Motion's carried. Thank you very much.
Panel members, please turn to tab 22. It's for Southern California Sheet Metal Joint Apprentice and Training Committee. They are a repeat contractor requesting $493,848 to train 361 apprentice retrainees. Representing the
so
proposal
Ryan-
today is
so-
David Garcia. Yes.
So I'm sorry, Ryan, to interrupt you. Doug is going to recuse himself on 3 projects. So I was wondering, so we don't have to bring him in and out and in and out, if we could start with 22 and then move to 29 and then to, I think it was 40. Let me see, 40.
We can do whatever you like.
So if we could get him in that order, so Doug can stay out of the room during that time, so he wouldn't have to bounce in and out. So I appreciate that. Sorry to interrupt you.
Problem. And I will turn it over to them now. I'm all done.
Good morning, panel members, and thank you for having me. My name is David Garcia. I'm the administrator to the Southern California Sheet Metal Workers, JTC. Currently, we have 750 apprentices. Of those, 15 are women. Around 20 are veterans. How we are actively recruiting for minorities, women, and veterans. We currently partnered up with MC3 programs like Maxine Waters, East LA Occupational Centers, Compton Youth Build, the Anti-Recidivism Coalition as well. They do get preferred status now. We just changed that and we're going to implement that in our standards so that they get extra points towards their total score as far as being accepted into the apprenticeship. I do see a difference. I'm seeing a difference now just with those people coming into the apprenticeship now. I want to say our percentages for minorities in the apprenticeship is around 65-70% right now. And Winter, forgot we're partnered up with Winter. And they're very happy now that they're getting extra points also on preferred treatment and being accepted into the apprenticeship.
Share what winter is.
Women in non-traditional employment roles. I'd like to also thank the ETP for all the work that they've been doing in making apprenticeships a success. Thank you.
David, I have a question. You are the administrator, so you are administrating the funds. You're the administrator for the contract?
Yes, well, for the JTC.
Okay.
Yes,
Okay, because this is your 6th one, correct?
correct.
And have you been the administrator for all the 6?
No, ma'am.
How long have you been with?
This
them?
is my first one.
Okay, because they have a really great performance. And so I hope that knowledge will be transferred over to make you successful. So you also receive 100%. Okay, reach out to them or reach out to your ETP associates, or you have a consultant there as well.
Yes.
So we want to see you successful. So get 100%.
I will, and that's what we're shooting for.
Try for. Thanks.
Yes, thank you.
So do I have a motion?
Motion to approve $493,848 to the Southern California Sheet Metal and Joint Apprenticeship Training.
Second.
I have a first and a second. So before we vote on it, I'd like to open it up to the public for any public comment.
Nothing online at this time.
Fine, all right. So with that, I'd like to make a vote on the approval of the $493,848 to the Southern California Sheet Metal and Joint Apprenticeship and Training Committee. So all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no. The ayes have it. Motion carried. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, panel members.
So we're going to head and move to tab number
29.
29.
Good morning, panel members. I'm here to present the proposals developed in the San Diego Regional Office, now starting with tab 29. The Sheet Metal and Air Conditioning Apprenticeship and Journeyman Training Fund is requesting $210,230 in total ETP funding. Sheet Metal and Air Conditioning JATC is a repeat contractor and plans to train a total of 106 trainees into 4 job numbers. Here today representing the Sheet Metal and Air Conditioning JATC is John Brower, California Labor Federation, and Kelly Greer, consultant.
Thank you again for allowing us to stand in. All of the directors really wanted to come today and made a huge effort, but again, for family reasons, this one wasn't able to come. So we apologize.
Also, you want to discuss around women in the trades or?
Well, I do know that the Sheet Metal are taking a strong stance and kind of changing their program, and you'll hear a lot more when 104 comes up. I don't want to take Ben's thunder away, but they are really working as a group to improve the numbers.
There's San Diego, so they also have a Sisters in the Trades committee that's expanded out to other women in the trades, and then they do outreach to different community programs led under Smart 206 member Annette. Does a lot of that. So good job.
Kelly, I just have a question. You know, what I see on my panel packet, you're only at about 12%. And I know it's a fairly new contract. So do you have any more updates on that?
Yes, actually, I have the actual numbers if you want them, but if you just want an overview, they're doing great. I think that their final invoice has gone in for 21. So probably in the next week or so, we'll be loading 22.
Okay, yeah, just, you know, that's all we see and it's kind of a red flag. All right. So any other comments regarding this proposal?
No, I make a motion to approve $210,230 to the Sheet Metal and Air Conditioning Apprentice and Journey Training Fund.
Second.
Okay, so we have a first and a second. I'm just want to reiterate this for $210,230 to the Sheet Metal and Air Conditioning Apprenticeship and Journeyman Training Fund. So before we take a vote on it, I'd like to open it up to the public for any comments. Anything from?
Nothing online.
Online. So with that, I'd like to vote on it, and all in favor of funding this project, say aye.
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 Those opposed, say no. The ayes have it. Motion carried. Thank you. Okay, and one other one, that would be tab 40.
Correct. So please turn to tab 40. This is a training proposal for Sheet Metal Workers Local 104 Bay Area Industry Apprentice and Journeyman Training Fund, which is a priority industry and a repeat contractor. Total ETP funding being requested is for $499,935 to train an estimated number of trainees of 18 under Job 1 Journey Worker, 585 under Job 2 Apprentice, and 30 under Job 3 Veteran Apprentice. The ETP training will be delivered at San Jose and Castroville training facilities. This will be Sheet Metal Trust's 11th ETP funded contract, and it's 5th in the last 5 years. And here today to answer any of your questions are Benjamin Rivera, Training Administrator, Kelly Greer, Director of Strategy Workplace Communications, and John Brower, Director of Cal Labor Fed.
Good morning. My name is Benjamin Rivera. I am one of the 2 administrators that administrates the Local 104 District 1 program. So currently, we've been doing a whole lot better this year. Things have picked up. To present to date, we've indentured over 180 new apprentices. So that's extremely positive. So we've seen a little bit down. We're starting to pick up. We're starting to see some things level out. That's great. I do want to thank you guys for the opportunity to have our contract come up for consideration. Hopefully it meets the approval of you folks there. And we have enjoyed the ETP funds coming and helping our program quite a bit over the last few years. So that's been tremendous for us. We've just completed a brand new training facility in Livermore, which will replace our longstanding main office that we've had in San Leandro for over 30 years. So we're very excited about that. Very excited to have you guys come on down to the grand opening when we're ready early next year. And beyond that, we do work with veteran programs. We have a substantial amount of veterans in our program, I consider. We've been building that number up quite a bit. Our
female members has built up. We've traditionally been between the 2 and 3%, which doesn't seem like a lot, but we run a program anywhere from 800 to 1,200 apprentices. So it does kind of go up and down. At the end of the day, we're still selling sheet metal and we're trying to find a better way to get that message out as far as what that includes and how that happens. Over the last probably 2 years ago, or a little bit more than 2 years, we've dedicated an individual exclusively to outreach, which has helped tremendously in starting to develop new metrics in order to understand where our challenges are in recruitment of all folks. It's also been extremely valuable in just how busy our person is, to the point that next year we're probably going to have to add on another full-time staff member to work with that individual, just exclusively dealing with outreach, getting to every possible pond to fish in that you can believe, to the point where we're having to explain ourselves why we're there. So people are kind of surprised, but it's worked out really well, and we're learning a lot in that process.
So Ben, I have a question. May where in Castroville exactly are you located?
In Castroville, it's off of Blackie Road and an industrial area right in there.
Okay.
So pretty close to where the freeway intersects in that space.
Going towards Salinas?
Yeah.
My backyard. Did you bring artichokes?
There is quite a few right around there. So
Artichoke country.
that's a regular stop as we go to that facility.
Thank you.
Go to the grand opening, Gloria.
There you go.
So no comment. So do I have a motion to approve?
Motion to approve the ETP total funding of $499,935 to the Sheet Metal Workers Local 104 and Bay Area Industry Apprentice and Journeyman Training Fund.
Do I have a second?
Second.
So I have a first and a second to approve this project. So before we make a vote on it, I'd like to open it up to the public to see if they have any comments.
Nothing online.
Nothing online. So with that, I'm going to ask for a vote. All in favor to approve this project for $499,935, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no. The ayes have it, motion carried. So we'll go ahead and bring, you're done. So we're gonna
Thank you.
bring Doug back in, and we're also gonna take a small break, okay? It's been 2 hours now, so how about 10 minutes? We'll come back around 11:30, if that's okay? Just kind of refresh.
Yes.
Thanks, Doug. Me too. But before we begin, we're going to have Ryan.
Hi, yes, hi, just a quick announcement. If, please don't log into the Zoom webinar from any of your devices. If you're here in the room, it creates bad audio feedback. Thanks.
Okay, so.
Like that.
So whoever's logged in, apparently
I got
there's
an
a
email,
problem.
but I didn't get a chance to open it.
And we've tried to make it general, but we know who the culprits are, so, we can come and get you. All right, so, okay, tab 23.
All right, tab 23 is for
Okay,
tile, marble.
Before we start, Ryan.
Oh, sure.
Madam Chair, I'm going to recuse myself from this tab as well as tab 28, the San Diego Electrical Training Trust.
Did you have another one, Gretchen? Was there another?
This one right now. The Associated General Contractors of America San Diego chapter.
Okay, so you have 20.
23 and 28. Oh, Gretchen.
We're not?
Yeah, we're on 23. So you had 24.
A little bit longer.
Okay, so we're good to go on 23 as we are.
Perfect. Tile, Marble, and Terrazzo Employees Joint Apprenticeship Training Committee Trust. They are a repeat contractor requesting $342,987 to train 9 journey, 303 apprentice, and 7 veteran apprentice retrainees. Representing the proposal today is Mark Blackledge, Director, and Kelly Greer, Consultant.
Morning, everyone. My name is Mark Blackledge. I'm the training coordinator for Local 4 Tile, Marble, and Terrazzo. We're currently running just a little under 300 apprentices. We do outreach with winter helmets to hard hats. I get a newsletter every month, and I reach out to them personally through email. We do what we can. I know our instructor, my lead instructor, and I just did a workshop on Wednesday about recruiting and retaining women in the building trades. I know our numbers are low, but we're willing to do what it takes, and we're trying to learn. So with that, does anybody have any questions?
Questions for, looks like we're getting feedback again. Okay, panel have any questions? All right, so, okay. Are we still having problems with this, Ryan? So do we have to come and smash their computer or what?
We may just have to make a personal announcement.
Okay. All right. So what Ryan is saying, anybody who's logged into our system right now, like a Zoom meeting, needs to get off of it. That's why we're getting the feedback. All right. So, okay. So with that, I'm going to ask for a motion, please.
Motion to approve the total ETP funding of $342,987 to the Tile, Marble, and Terrazzo Employees Joint Apprenticeship Training Committee Trust.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, so I have a motion and a second. So before we vote on it, I'd like to open it up to the public for any comment.
Nothing online.
Nothing online, nothing from the audience. All right, so with that, I'm going to, let's vote on it. So all in favor of supporting the $342,987, the Tile, Marble, and Terrazzo Employees Joint Apprenticeship Training and Committee Trust, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no. The ayes have it, motion carried. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, now.
Now I will recuse myself.
So we're going to take 24 and 28. Those are Gretchen's two recusals. So.
Thank you, Chairwoman Roberts. I'll start with 24. The Associated General Contractors of America, San Diego Chapter, Inc. Apprenticeship and Training Trust Fund is requesting $333,645 in total ETP funding. AGC San Diego Chapter is a repeat contractor and plans to train a total of 195 trainees in 1 job number. Here today representing the AGC San Diego Chapter, ready to address questions from the panel, is Glenn Hillegas, Executive Vice President.
Good morning. Thank you for having us. Can everybody see me okay?
Yes.
Thanks for accommodating me so I can sit down and talk to you all. I want to thank you for all the support that you've given our apprentices. It's key in supplying this kind of support and multi-level instruction that our apprentices need. We've cast our net wider and deeper for more people with disabilities to come into the apprenticeship, more women to come in, more underrepresented folks from neighborhoods that don't have the opportunity. And as we increase those, the resources that we're able to provide have helped support them. So our graduation rates have been steadily improving. I think they're quite good. So couple things I'd like to tell you that what we're doing is I have a 30-year history in San Diego Unified Schools with teaching students with special needs and then teaching construction. And then I retired after 30 years and I'm with the Associated General Contractors. But I'm sorry, I lost my train of thought. Okay. So what we've done to increase the recruitment of younger folks coming from the high schools, we all know we're fighting the culture of college-bound education, that students think they have to do it, parents think they have to do it. So what we've done is make it a step higher at San Marcos High School. We now have 2 instructors that go there once a week to mentor the instructor and a group of students who are building a cottage each year for wounded veterans. So we have a group that's bought land outside the high school. Last year they built their first one and transported it. This year they're working on the second one. So that's really helped out with the high schools. As far as the women, we've been heavily involved with the National Association of Women in Construction and also in San Diego, the Women Construction Coalition and their Julia Morgan Society. So we've also stepped that up and have each year a week-long construction camp for young ladies, trying to grow them from junior high school and high school into construction career. And we do that with other apprenticeship programs that are in town, such as one of our biggest partners is the IBW, and that it's really wonderful to have 80 young ladies between 11 and 18 doing construction, one different trade each day. As far as the veterans, we've been steady on that, where we haven't quite increased yet. We're finding that it's difficult to get them to want to go into 4 more years of training whenever they first get out. So we're working on that, but we have partnered with an organization that's solely out there to recruit veterans to help us get more access to them. Currently, we're at the bases and job fairs and so forth and advertising the best we can. So
Thank you so much. I know that Gretchen would be very pleased to hear that if she was in the room. And I do appreciate you talking to the high school kids. One of the data points that actually you could tell them is that there 60% of high school kids that start college drop out. So that is a big percentage. And so they think they have to go, but and then once they even complete a 4-year degree, guess what? They come back into a junior college or the trade. So they've just probably lost like 5 years of their life, you know? So
exactly. So as a construction teacher, I would get that. In San Diego, we're lucky enough to have the construction engineering and now construction management program at San Diego State. So the parents and the students listen to that. Well, that sounds cool. And then about 6 years later, I see them again.
Yeah.
You want to tell me about apprenticeship again?
Yeah, I know, really. Isn't that the truth? So
And
very good.
I think one of our biggest challenges is really the defeated learners, not just learning disabilities, but how many apprentices never were successful in math. And then they come in, they have to do math again, they just freak out. And so this money has really helped us provide the extra resources. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions from the panel?
Motion to approve $353,645 to the Association General Contractors America San Diego Chapter and Apprentice Training Trust Fund.
All right, do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a first and a second to approve $333,645 to the Associated General Contractors of America San Diego Chapter, Inc. Apprenticeship and Training Trust Fund. So with that, before we vote, I'd like to open it up to the public for any comments. Any comments?
Nothing online. And if I could just remind the panel members to turn their microphones on when speaking, please.
Hey, Ryan, I should have my mic on.
I have mine on.
Okay. Okay. So no comments from the public. So let's take a vote on this. So let's vote on all in favor of supporting the $333,645 to the Associated General Congress of America. Say aye.
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 Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. Motion carried. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you for coming.
Panel members, please turn to tab number 28. The San Diego Electrical Training Trust is requesting $499,990 total ETP funding. San Diego Electrical Training Trust is a repeat contractor, plans to train a total of 464 trainees and 3 job numbers. Here today representing San Diego Electrical Training Trust, ready to address questions from the panel is Kevin Johnson, Training Director, Kelly Greer, Consultant.
Good afternoon. Good morning.
Good morning. Morning, board members. First off, thank you for your continued support for what we do. Just a confirmation, all the funds that we use in our apprenticeship goes to our apprentices, the benefit of our apprentices, either in increasing the facility, the building, and our technology. So all that funding goes to the benefit of the apprentices, every single dime. So currently we're at 646 active apprentices. We've done a lot of growth over this last year. We've indentured 190 total over this last year, which is the most we've ever had. The closest we've had even to that was 155 in 2014. So a lot of potential, a lot of growth over this last year. Of those 190 we've indentured, 13 were female and 24 were veterans. Our total numbers right now of the 646, 32 are female, which represent 5% of our population, and 87 are veterans, which represent 14% of our overall apprentice population. The way we're addressing to increase those numbers, we've been a coalition with the San Diego Workforce Partnership for the last 2 years, running a pre-apprenticeship, a 4-week pre-apprenticeship. We run 11 cohorts of over 140 people. Historically, around 20% of that cohort are female that are looking for the introduction into the trades. And they've moved on to take introduction or entry-level positions with the IBEW, which leads to opportunities into apprenticeship as well. Addressing the veteran portion, starting Monday, we're running what's called VEAP, which is a 7-week pre-apprenticeship veteran electrical entry program. And once veterans complete that program, they get direct entry into apprenticeship. They don't even have to interview. And it's anywhere they want to go throughout the United States and Canada when they finish our VEAP program. So we have about 10 so far, spread throughout the Marines, Army, Air Force, Navy, that'll be joining us on Monday to start that 7-week pre-apprenticeship program.
Cool. Okay, so any questions for this fellow?
No, I make a motion for ETP funding of $499,990 to the San Diego Electrical Training Trust.
Second.
We have a first and a second. Before we go ahead and vote on it, I'd like to open it up to the public for any comments or questions.
Nothing online.
Thank you. Hearing none, let's go ahead and vote on it. All in favor of supporting the $499,990, say aye.
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 Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. Motion carried. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll go get Gretchen. We'll come back in and we'll start on tab
Please turn to tab 25.
25. All right, tab 25.
The Heat and Frost Insulators and Asbestos Workers Joint Apprenticeship Trust Fund is requesting $396,952 in total ETP funding. The Heat and Frost Insulators and Asbestos JATC is a repeat contractor, plans to train a total of 232 trainees in 1 job number. Here today representing the Heat and Frost Insulators and Asbestos JATC. Ready to address questions from the panel is Lupe Moreno, Training Director, and Vladimir Patat. Batat Advisories.
Hello, HB panel. Just wanted to say thank you for your continued support. My name is Guadalupe Moreno, and I'm here for Heat and Frost Insulators and Fire Stoppers Local 5 in Southern California. And again, just thank you for all the continued support that you guys provided for our apprentices.
Thank you.
So I have a question on your performance, only because I only see what I see in front of me, okay? So your current contract ending 1/27/22 is at 0. So have you not put those numbers in, or where are you at on?
Yeah, I'd be happy to answer that for you.
Attendance.
Thank you for that
Seven.
question. Are you referring to the contract ET 210933? Is that correct?
20-0910.
0910.
20.
That one was during the pandemic, saw significant hits. That one was invoiced for 60% and was actually just recently approved this past week
At
for
60.
60%. Yes.
And I see 0, so you're saying
Sure.
60, okay.
It's actually says 65%. So actually it was right sized, you know, I mean, you didn't come for the full amount. So that's kind of what we look for. But 65 is really not a great number, but hopefully you'll get your 100% back again now. All right.
I'd like to make another quick comment on the current contract that they're in. They currently have over 60% of training hours completed in the 210933. So we've seen a significant rebound after the
Yes, I
pandemic.
see that. Yeah. Okay, very good. Yeah, we don't see any numbers in here, so it's hard for us to know. So, all right.
And Lupe, if you could elaborate for me on what you're doing to bring more women and people of color and from disadvantaged communities into your trade and apprenticeship program.
Yes, we've done a outreach with women in the trades. We actually, our international has something that's called Women Build Nations, and they're going to have their first, our first in-person conference in Las Vegas, and that brings women in the trades. And we're sending a journey worker, one of our contractors who's a female, and she's a journey worker from Local 5, and an apprentice for that. We work with a lot of job corps, try to get females in there. We've gotten, we just reamped our application to get some of the monies for the vets when they come into the, you know, get some of their tools paid for. So we're in the process of that. We've been approved for that for a couple of years, since 1988, I believe. So we just had to resubmit some paperwork. I got a job fair, as a matter of fact, on Friday in San Diego area with veterans themselves. Yes.
We have a motion.
Make a motion to approve $396,952 to Heat and Frost Insulators and Asbestos Workers Joint Apprentice Trust Fund.
Second.
I have a first and a second to approve $396,952 to the Heat and Frost Insulators and Asbestos Workers Joint Apprenticeship Trust Fund. So before we make a vote on it, I'd like to open up to the public for any comments.
Nothing online.
Nothing online. So with that, let's go ahead and vote on it. Can I have all in favor of supporting this project, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no. The ayes have it, motion carried. Thank you.
Thank you.
Members, please turn to tab 26. The Orange County Electrical Joint Apprenticeship and Training Trust is requesting $499,522 total ETP funding. Orange County Electrical JATT is a repeat contractor, plans to train a total of 316 trainees and 3 job numbers. Here today representing the Orange County Electrical JATT, ready to address questions from the panel. It's Jerry Thomas, Training Director, Kelly Greer, Consultant.
Good morning. My name is Jerry Thomas. I'm the Orange County JATC Training Director. We currently have 365 apprentices on board. We only have 8 females, but we have doubled it in the last year. So that's tremendous. We are continuing to do outreach at area high schools. If we can reach down to the junior high schools, we're doing that. And we also have individuals coming by to do tours of our facility as well. So that's where we're at with that. We continue to do outreach with the helmets to hard hats. And then we do have some VEEP candidates that are giving us a call to come to our facility as well.
Right, any comments or questions regarding this? Hearing none, do I have a motion?
Motion to approve $499,522 to the Orange County Electrical Joint Apprenticeship and Training Trust.
Second.
I have a motion, a first and a second. Before we vote, I'd like to open it up to the public for any comments or questions.
Nothing online.
Fine, all right. So with that, let's go ahead and vote on it. All in favor of supporting this project, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no. The ayes have it, motion carried. Thank you.
Thank you.
Panel members, please turn to tab number 27, the San Diego Chapter ABC Training Trust Fund. It's requesting $476,496 in total ETP funding. San Diego Chapter ABC Training Trust Fund is a repeat contractor, plans to train a total of 201 trainees and 2 job numbers. Here today representing the San Diego Chapter ABC Training Trust Fund, ready to address questions from the panel is Shandon Harbor, President, and Tracy Barrett, Vice President, Workforce Development.
Good morning, ETP panel. It's a pleasure to be here today. My name is Shandon Harbor. I'm here with our Vice President, Workforce Development, Tracy. We are very grateful that you are considering our application today. To address Ms. Newsom's question about what we are doing to encourage women, people of color, veterans, and those with disabilities into the construction trades, about 4 years ago, we changed our standards and made it a priority applicant process for those women, those people of color, veterans, and those with disabilities to go to the front of the applicant list during that process. So that was a big change. Beyond that, we do have a full-time career admissions person that is doing outreach in the various sectors. For example, we had an aggressive media and PR campaign recently this summer about women in construction, featured our instructor, our apprentice graduate, Reina Montoya. She is now a City of San Diego electrical inspector. We partner with the Navy and the Marines on their Skills Bridge program, especially when people are transitioning into the civilian workforce. And we also are going to be featured in October at the Jobtoberfest, which is all people with disabilities that are looking for positions. And lastly, we also have outreach to Donovan Prison for those that are coming up for parole for second chancers. So thank you very much for having us come before you today.
Question, I guess this goes to Tracy. Tracy, you're responsible for managing the contract? Okay. Were you there at the prior contract?
I was.
Okay,
yes.
because at that time they received 75%. Can you tell me why you didn't receive 100%?
Sure. Well, COVID was going on during that time, so it was partly due to the pandemic and the changeover we had to do. But the one thing we discovered out of that was turning everything over to Zoom through COVID. We've just kind of grown from there, been able to offer our classes that way in a different way. And so due to that change, but now, you know, we're offering in person, we're also offering the virtual. And so I think with that combination, just moving forward, we'd be able to get 100% on that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Still offering though the hands-on lab learning in the classroom. Yes, exactly.
Definitely.
She said absolutely.
Yes. Well, a gold star to you on your outreach as well to disadvantaged persons from different communities and women and veterans. So I really commend you on that. I was hopeful that you could speak to another change in practice that I've heard about from ABC San Diego, where your apprentices are being paid the prevailing wage for apprentices throughout the entire program, regardless of whether or not they're on a public works program or in a private works program. And what has that done to the workforce?
Yes, that's exactly correct. Thank you for addressing that. In fact, Kellen said, you need to say that at the panel. All of our apprentices, all of our trades across the board receive prevailing wage regardless of a public work or a private project. And it's great for the apprentices because they get to understand a very consistent way of pay. And also, it's always about good paying jobs. So you never want to have an apprentice change or go ratio share or are these other things that happen sometimes in other programs where it's very consistent and they can count on it. So it's been a huge plus for us and our apprentices.
I've heard from them.
Yes.
So it's really stabilized their workforce. They can anticipate how much they're earning, and it's not fluctuated by the job that they're on, but by the wage that they are guaranteed through the apprenticeship program. So I commend you on that, and I hope it is a practice that is adopted throughout the entire state of California by your counterparts. Thank you.
Thank you.
The one thing I was wanting to expand on Gloria's comments is that, we look at these tables and, when we see that you don't meet the 100% criteria, we usually right size your contract, and so you earn 313,000, you're coming through for 476. Normally we'd say, okay, let's drop it down to 313. I did hear some other good comments, from Kellen and Diana regarding this project. So I'm going to let it ride only because of COVID, but I wanted to make a statement because that's usually my precedent about doing that around cutting projects to the right sizing. But I wanted to get it on record to say, at least I addressed it and to say how important it is to us that you meet these standards. So.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much. You will not be disappointed.
All right, great. Thank you. So any other comments?
Motion to approve the total ETP funding of $476,496 to the San Diego Chapter ABC Training Trust Fund.
Second.
We have a first and a second. And before we vote on it, I'd like to open it up to the public for any comments.
Nothing online.
Comments? All right, so with that, let's go ahead and take a vote on it. So to vote to approve the funding, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. The ayes have it, motion carried. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, we'll skip 28.
Panel members, please turn to tab 30. The Southern California Surveyors Joint Apprenticeship Trust is requesting $499,750 in total ETP funding. Southern California Surveyors JAT is a repeat contractor, plans to train a total of 175 trainees and 2 job numbers. Here today representing Southern California Surveyors JAT and ready to address questions from the panel is Roger B. Fernandez, Administrator, and Jackie Heredia, Office Manager.
Hello, panel. Thank you for having us here today, and thank you for your continued support. We really appreciate ETP and the involvement in the apprenticeship programs. I'm here with Jackie Heredia, our Office Manager. We just want to address right out of the gate the panel's questions about diversity. We, at any given time, you can see across the board, all of our apprentices really represent the community that we're involved in. Many of our contractors have what we'll call the zip coded projects. Any person that they bring to us is zip coded. We make it a priority to have them tested and entered into the program, and as well as our recruitment in the different high schools, if you will, in the lower income communities. Currently, we have 2 female instructors. One of them is involved in Women in the Trades. They help us recruit and involve themselves with any recruitment that we might do at any local college, community college on their own time, volunteering. And then we have currently also have a Marine Corps veteran as an instructor. He's also on our curriculum committee. He helps us with SkillBridge, which we're getting getting familiar with, as well as the Career Center at Camp Pendleton. He has connections there that he's helped us out with as far as the recruitment of the veterans. With that, I'll take any other questions from the panel.
I have a question. In my packet, and I only see what I see here, it says the training will be overseen by the training administrator. Who is that?
That's myself.
Or okay, so you have 2 hats. Okay.
Okay, yes.
I'm trying to, put the dots together here. So I'm looking at your active project. It's probably already closed out by now or close to it. You're earning 163, okay, for 160 employees. You're coming through today for about the same number of employees, 175, but you're tripling the amount. So can you tell me the difference in what's going on there? You don't have any new employees, so what happened? Was the cost so much more extravagant, or What's going on?
I'm gonna allow that.
Sorry, I mean, that's
Hi,
all I
members.
see. So I
Well,
put-
and I don't want to always use the COVID, but we did see, a dip in the COVID, so we're trying to bring back our enrollment. The industry is thriving for us, so we are seeing a great deal of dispatching, as we call it. So the number is probably lower than what we should have put, but we wanted to play it safe and make sure that we didn't be overzealous in saying that we would have more if we really didn't.
Yeah, so your training costs must have been 3 times as lower as it is in this contract because the employee number hasn't changed.
No, we are a small entity, so we only need 4 employees, and then we have 25 instructors.
26 now.
26 instructors.
See, if you look, looking in my head, you could see that I just having a hard time connecting the dots. So you're saying your costs have gone up triple to train the employees from your last contract. Is that correct?
It is correct, and we are providing new equipment, new projects. We introduced a GPR program that we had to buy equipment for, a drone program that we're implementing. So all those things did increase our budget so that we can provide adequate training. We have anywhere from 10 to 12 students per class, and so to only have 1 drone to train wouldn't benefit us. So we had to buy multiples of those things so that we can give, diverse training throughout our whole program.
I mean, if you can get it, you can get it. That's fine. I'm just trying to, in my mind, connect the dots of the costs, why the cost went up so much. So, all right. Any other comments regarding that? Do you have any comments on that, Kellen?
No, I think Roger and Jackie addressed it.
Okay, all right. Okay, so with that, do I have a motion?
Motion to approve $499,750 to the Southern California Surveyors Joint Apprenticeship Trust.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. So with that, before we vote, I'd like to open it up to the public for any comments.
Nothing online.
Nothing online, so let's go ahead and take a vote. All in favor of supporting this project of $499,750, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no. The ayes have it, motion carried. Thank you.
Thank you, panel.
Okay, panel members, let's turn to tab 31, a training proposal for Alameda County Electrical Industry Apprentice and Training Trust, which is a priority industry and a repeat contractor. Total ETP funding being requested for $367,012. That's to train an estimated number of trainees of 50 under Job 1 journey worker, 150 under Job 2 apprentice, and 4 under Job 3 veteran apprentice. The ETP training will take place at Alameda Electrical Trust Training Center in San Leandro. This will be Alameda Electrical Trust's 9th ETP contract and 6th in the last 5 years. And here today are Jason Bates, Training Director, Kelly Greer, Strategy, Workplace Communications, and John Brower, Director of California Labor Fed.
Good afternoon, everyone. Again, my name is Jason Bates. I'm the Training Director for Alameda County JATC. I'm here to express to everyone that much like other programs in the state, we are coming out of our COVID-based online training method, transitioning back into labs. Something for our apprentices to better prepare themselves for modern construction standards. We're rebuilding our labs back at the JATC, and we're getting ready for new emerging technologies in the construction industry. Solar installations, electric vehicle installations, even total robot stations, GPS monitoring. With all of these new lab equipment, heavy expenses incur. So the ETP training dollars that we get are heavily valued at our program, and every single penny goes towards rebuilding new labs for our apprentices to train on. To the panel's inquiry about diversity within our program, I'm happy to report that the industry standard for women in the trades is 2%. At our program, we have 12% women enrolled. Our county demographic for African-American population is 11% in Alameda County. We have 15% African-Americans enrolled in our program. And our Hispanic population in Alameda County is 22%, and we have 33% enrolled in our program. What do we do for women in our program? We just hosted the Tradeswomen Inc. Recognition Dinner last week at our training center. We invited female apprentices from our program and industry leaders within our county to attend the dinner to recognize women in the workforce and all of the work that they do.
Questions regarding this proposal? So do I have a motion?
Motion to approve. Sorry about that. Motion to approve the $367,012 to the Alameda County Electrical Industry Apprentice and Training Trust.
Second? Second. So I have a first and a second. Before we vote, I'd like to open it up to the public for any comments.
Nothing online.
Public, okay, so let's take a vote. So all in favor of supporting this project, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no. The ayes have it, motion carried. Thank you.
Thank you. Turn to tab 32. This is a training proposal for Associated Builders and Contractors Northern California Chapter Training Trust Fund. This is a repeat contractor and total ETB funding being requested for $283,896. That's to train an estimated number of trainees of 132 apprentices under Job 1 and 8 veteran apprentices under Job 2. Just for further clarification, the electricians out of the 132, 82 are electricians, 35 are carpenters, and 15 are painters. And likewise, under Job number 2 for the veteran apprentices, out of those 8, 4 are electricians, 2 are carpenters, and 2 are painters. ETP funded training will be delivered at ABC NorCal Trust facility in Livermore. This will be ABC NorCal's Trust 4th ETP contract, 3rd in the last 5 years. And here today is Sagit Woodbury, Apprenticeship Operations Officer.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me okay? Good afternoon, panel members, Madam Chair. I want to thank you for prior funding that has really helped support our program and for considering our current proposal. To answer the question raised by the panel, hopefully you can hear me. This is something we're always striving to improve on. We're always striving to increase the numbers of women in the trades and veterans, minorities, and disadvantaged population. We've been doing a lot of amazing things, and I can highlight a few of them. We're connecting with community programs, with schools. We have been putting, through those community relationships, we've been putting their students through a 2-week construction core where they learn the essentials and they receive an OSHA 10 certification, they receive PPE equipment and a starter toolkit to pursue their careers in construction. Sorry, when we first started ETP, I didn't need these. I do need them now.
If you want to bring your mic down to you a little bit closer, there you go.
Yes.
Perfect, thank you.
Hear me okay? All right. So CPFSJ is one of the groups that we're working with. They are a community partnerships for families in San Joaquin to improve quality of life. We've been putting them through this program and have graduated almost 100 students from these classes. Fairfield Sassoon Adult School, we've been putting their population through these programs as well. Goodwill of Silicon Valley, we actually this past week received a success story that came across my desk, and these things always make me emotional, from an individual that just completed this program. He was prior a homeless individual, and he is now a trainee. We're working with him on helping him get into the apprenticeship program, and he is now earning a great wage to support his family. So these stories are always ones that warm up my heart. Health Education Council, again, we've been putting their groups through the construction core, ready to work in Stockton, which is a nonprofit organization as well, dealing with homeless population and people who are prior incarcerated and giving them the opportunity. And once they complete the 2-week construction core, we assist them. They do get priority intake into our program, and we assist them with getting through the intake process and application process. And another huge success story for us is the Salvation Army. We've been working closely with the Oakland, Lodi, and San Joaquin offices, and again, helping prior homeless individuals to get into careers in construction. As far as
disabled population and women. We're working with NAWIC, Project Hired, Work for Warriors for Veteran, Local Veteran Affairs, and increasing our numbers. And as of right now, I had to pull these numbers. Currently, we have 11 female apprentices. Again, we're always trying for more, but there's 28 right now that are in the intake and application process that we're really helping and supporting them through the application process, and 16 veterans and 21 that are in the pipeline to get into the program. And we really try and highlight existing apprentices' success story and share them with the new applicants coming in, because we really believe in that peer-to-peer. I mean, hearing it from me is one thing, but hearing it from someone who is a success story and can really share what it meant to them, that is a much bigger impact. So again, thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
I have a few questions, Ms. Roberry. Thank you for elaborating on the outreach that you're doing and the good work in that regard. It is a little unusual for how your application is presented to me, with combining all of the different occupations into one thread with one wage range. It's a tongue twister for me. And I'd like to say, going forward, to separate those out for me so I can see that and what those wage ranges are, because here it raises a red flag for me of like, are these apprentices inside their identified trade and moving through their curriculum, or are they moving from carpentry to electrical back to carpentry? And so can you talk to that? Are they in their trade, getting the curriculum that's applicable to their trade and moving forward?
They are in their trade. They were submitted separately. I believe Chris Hoover addressed that.
Yeah, it was presented separately last time, so it was probably some development oversight. So we'll make sure that's broken out as it was in the past.
Appreciate that.
They are registered in their, sorry, thank you, Chris. They are registered in their specific trade. We do not allow, because it is a full-time commitment for the duration, we do not allow jumping from trade to trade, nor does the state allow for an individual to be enrolled in more than one. So yes, they are designated to their specific trades.
And has your apprenticeship program adopted that gold standard that the San Diego ABC has adopted, where the wages are consistent throughout the entire program and that they're being paid the prevailing wage?
Correct. All of our contractors are required to pay the applicable prevailing wage rates.
Regardless of whether or not that the apprentice is on a private work or public work?
Correct. The only difference from private to public is the effective date per the law. But yes, they are prevailing wage rates.
Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve the total ETP funding of $283,896 to the Associated Builders and Contractors Northern California Chapter Training Trust Fund.
Second?
Second.
We have a first and a second. Before we vote, I'd like to open it up to the public for any comment.
Nothing online.
Nothing online. So with that, let's go ahead and take a vote on it. All in favor of supporting this project, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, say no. The ayes have it. Motion carried. Good luck.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, panel. Let's turn to tab 33. This is a training proposal for Laborers Health and Welfare Trust Fund for Northern California. There's a correction. This is a repeat contractor. It was errantly marked no. The total ETP funding being requested is for $499,930, and that's to train an estimated number of trainees of 196 under Job 1 Journey Worker, 790 under Job 2 Apprentice, and 8 under Job 3 Veteran Apprentice. The ETP training is center-based, and all in-person training will be conducted at the San Ramon Training Center or other designated training facilities throughout Central Valley, Northern California, and the San Francisco Bay Area. This will be NorCal Labor's 8th ETP contract and the 6th in the last 5 years. And here today to answer your questions are Jennifer Cullen, Administrative Manager, Kelly Greer, Strategy Workplace Communications, and John Brower, Director of Cal Labor Fed.
Good afternoon. My name is Jennifer Colon, and I'm from Northern California Laborers. On behalf of our program, I would like to thank ETP for past funding. The funding really does make a difference and assist us with the quality training that we provide for our apprentices. So on behalf of the program, thank you. Our field coordinators, we have 7 of them, one which is a female and an apprentice graduate. They're responsible for our program's outreach. They attend job fairs. They also work directly with pre-apprenticeship programs, Cal PIA, local agencies and within the counties that they are assigned to, and in recruiting veterans and women in the industry. Right now, we have 4,139 active apprentices. 324 of those are female and 62 are veterans. And if I may add, our Valley coordinator is currently at a all-woman cohort graduation today in Fresno. So I'm sure we'll be bringing more women in this upcoming week. That if you have any questions?
Questions for her?
Hold on, sorry.
It's okay.
Could you elaborate on where the other training facilities are? There's so many apprentices, and it states in the application that it's a San Ramon Training Center for the most part, and then other facilities throughout.
Yes, we
So-
have one in Stockton as well.
Okay.
But we, well, because of the pandemic, we don't provide on-site living accommodations. But prior to the pandemic, those who would come from Fresno or Sacramento had the option to stay at the facility. But right now, we're closed due to the pandemic. But we do offer off-site training. We have mobile units, virtual training, and then we have our facility in Stockton.
Another question I had is I noticed under your curriculum that you are training for what I think is electrical work for solar and photovoltaic.
That's taken off or is supposed to be taken off, and it wasn't to do that work. It was to have the safety around those transformers, but that's taken off.
Thank you.
Other questions?
Panel? Not, do I have a motion?
Motion to approve $499,930 for ETP funds for labor, health, and welfare funds of Northern California.
Second.
I have a first and a second. Before we vote, I'd like to open it up to the public for any comments.
Nothing online.
Fine, so with that, let's go ahead and take a vote on it. All in favor of supporting this project, say aye.
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 Those opposed, say no. The ayes have it, motion carried. Thank you. Okay, skip that, 35, 35.
Yes, let's skip 34. That was taken on consent. And so please turn to 35, which is a training proposal for pipe trades apprenticeship, or excuse me, apprentice and journeyman training trust fund for Santa Clara and San Benito counties. This is a repeat contractor and total ETP funding being requested for $499,962 for an estimated number of trainees of 300 under job 1 apprentice, 16 under job 2 veteran apprentice, and 25 under job 3 journey worker. ETP training will be delivered at its training center in San Jose, and this will be Pipe Trades JTC's 8th ETP contract. It's 5th in the last 5 years, and here today are Brian Murphy, Training Director, and John Brower, Director of Cal Labor Fed.
Hello, ETP panel. Thank you for having us here today. My name is Brian Murphy. I'm the Training Director for the Pipe Trades Training Center. It is my first time here. Just became Training Director in February. I started this program as an apprentice back in 2004. Graduated the program, was an instructor for 10 years, became a training coordinator, and now the Training Director. So I've been involved in the program for 18 years and have seen it really change drastically in that time, especially in the past 5 years. And I think that's due to the funding we get from you. So thank you. To address the outreach issues that is requested, we do a lot of outreach. Since I came on in February, we've gone to 10 high schools and or career trade fairs. So we do a lot of outreach there. We partner with community organizations like the TOPS Trades Orientation Program, Tradeswomen Inc., Bill Wilson, which is a foundation for female survivors of domestic violence. So a lot of community-based partnerships that we have. One of the, I think, most impactful things we've done in 2021, we hired a consultant and did a rebranding for our training center with new logo, new website, new social media. So if you go on our website, we're very female forward. All of our social media is very female forward. This consultant is now managing our social media presence. And so 5 to 6 posts a week, half of those being geared towards females. And so a result of that was when we did our entrance exam this past year, we had our highest turnout for females that took the entrance exam, which was like 40, I believe was the number. And I think 6 or 7 of those passed. So we have them in queue to start the apprenticeship in the next year. So thank you.
find the social media.
We do have a TikTok.
So with that, do I have a motion to approve?
Move to approve $499,962 to the Pipe Trades Apprentice and Journeyman Training Trust Fund of Santa Clara and San Benito counties.
Second.
We have a first and a second. So before we go to vote on it, I'd like to open it up to the public for any comments.
Nothing online.
Go ahead and take a vote on it for $499,962. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no. The ayes have it. Motion carried. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's turn to tab 36. This is for a training proposal for pipe trades apprenticeship and journeyman training, or excuse me, trust fund for San Mateo County. This is a repeat contractor. Total ETP funding being requested is $452,361. And that's to train an estimated number of trainees of 175 under job 1 apprentice, 4 under job 2 veteran apprentice, and 13 under job 3 the journey workers. ETP training will be delivered at the Plumbers JTC of San Mateo's 30,935 square foot training center in Burlingame with 15 classrooms and laboratories equipped for training. This will be its 6th ETP contract for the Plumbers JTC of San Mateo, and its 5th in the last 5 years. Here today are Stephen Chanel, Training Director, and John Brower, Director of CalFed.
Good afternoon, panel. My name is Stefan Schnell, Director of Local 467, San Mateo County. Appreciate the past and continued support from the panel here. So we have 230 plus active apprentices. We have 10 veterans. One story I wanted to share. We have a first period apprentice who came directly from Camp Pendleton. He was offered, while he was in active duty, he was offered HVAC training, and he was actually picked up by a signatory contractor and directly placed in our program. So that was the first time that happened to us, and we're very happy to have him on board. So one number we like to change is our women in our apprenticeship. We currently have 2. We are actively searching for women. We're sending 2 women to the conference next month, and we look forward to bringing back ideas that they're going to bring to us to implement. On that note, we did pick up 2 new partnerships with local San Mateo County nonprofits, Fortitude and Heavy Metal. So, and they're actively looking for women as well to offer training opportunities. We also did several $100,000 in upgrades to our apprenticeship program to support our contractors in the San Mateo County life science industry. So thank you for that money that we received to help our contractors meet the demands in the life science industry. Open for any questions.
Hearing none, do I have a motion?
Motion to approve $452,361 to the Pipe Trades Apprenticeship and Journeyman Trust Fund for San Mateo County.
Second.
First and a second to approve $452,361. But before we vote on it, I'd like to open it up to the public.
Nothing online.
Nothing online, so let's go ahead and take a vote on it. All in favor, say aye.
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 Those opposed, say no. The ayes have it. Motion carried. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Please turn to tab 37. This is a training proposal for San Francisco Electrical Industry Apprenticeship and Training Trust. This is a repeat contractor. Total ETP funding being requested is for $499,876. And that's for an estimated number of trainees of 204 for job number 1 apprentice and 20 under job 2 veteran apprentice. ETP training will be delivered at its training facility in San Francisco. This will be SFJTC's 11th ETP contract and 7th in the last 5 years. Here today are Pete Cherson, Training Director, and John Brower, Director of Cal Labor Federation.
Thank the panel for hearing me this morning. My name is Pete Cherson. I am the Training Director at the SFJTC. You'll probably hear a lot about this because a lot of it's been the same. But in terms of our numbers of women, we have about 260 in the total. 24 are women, 17 are veterans. We are working with helmets to hard hats for veterans and also sisters with tools to kind of up those numbers as soon as we possibly can. We also have had some issues with COVID, but we're able to pivot to online and back to in-person learning just recently, and I wish I had a number on the funds that we've put into the program in terms of upgrades, fire alarm labs, and so forth. It's been quite extensive. It's been well over $300,000, so we'd like to thank you for that. Also, we've bought a building. So in San Francisco, we rented a Catholic girls' school for years, and we have just completed a purchase on a building, and that obviously is going to be upgraded as well. So with that, if you have any questions.
Right, kind of have any questions?
Just, you've had some great performance.
Thank you.
And have you been there throughout the other contracts?
I took over in 2016.
Doing really well. Keep
Thank
up
you.
the good work.
Do I have a motion?
Motion to fund $499,876 to the San Francisco Electrical Industrial Apprenticeship and Training Trust.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, I have a first and a second. Before we vote, I'd like to open it up to the public for any comments.
Nothing online.
Right, so let's go ahead and vote on it. We're gonna go ahead and vote on the $499,876, the San Francisco Electrical Industry Apprenticeship and Training Trust. All in favor, say aye.
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 Those opposed, say no. The ayes have it, motion carried. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let's turn to tab 38. This is a training proposal for San Mateo County Electrical Apprenticeship and Training Trust. This is a repeat contractor, and total ETP funding being requested for $499,886. And that's to train an estimated number of trainees of 42 under Job 1 Journey Worker, 171 under Job 2 Apprentice, and 19 under Job 3 Veteran Apprentice. Training will be delivered to trainees at its facility in San Carlos. This will be SMJTC's 10th ETP contract and 7th in the last 5 years. And here today to answer any of your questions are Glenn Arvin, Training Director, and John Brower, Director of Cal Labor Fin.
Thank you. And once again, we appreciate all that you do for us and for the apprenticeships. So yes, we are in San Mateo. What we actively are constantly going after new recruits, women, minorities, involved with that. We go to high school career days, we go to college career days, we go to the boys and girls clubs, we go to the trade introduction programs, TIP being one of them, Fortitude's another one, among others. Any phone call that comes in is honored, looked into, and express that reach out to us, right? And we will support you in any way. We have 230 roughly apprentices. 13 are women, and 28 are veterans. In the last 4 years, the minorities have outweighed the Caucasian for percentage-wise with apprentices coming into our program. We also too have just recently remodeled, we acquired a 10,000 square foot space. We remodeled it for one classroom and to have 9,000 square feet of lab. With the COVID, because we went online and upgraded to Zoom, which previous funds helped take care of, but it allowed us to also upgrade all of our training facilities or our training modules, right, to make them modular so that we can put more into there. Because one thing that we learned from COVID was we had to reduce the size of the amount of people that came into the training center. So everybody started touching the boards. Well, when we saw that, we saw the increase in knowledge and hands-on abilities to really tie in what you're learning in a classroom to those boards. So we had to expand the number of boards that we had, right? So that we continue the individual hands-on within the facility. So, and we thank you for that. That the funds allowed us to be able to do that. So, also too, we have outstanding apprentices every year. In the last 4 years, 2 of them, the 2 years have been women for outstanding apprentices. So, we work in all realms, right, to benefit everybody that comes through. So, and our teachers, right, are a direct reflection of what we do to encourage diversity within our apprenticeship. So we have three women, right? Quite a few minorities across the board. So, when you actively present that, then the individuals coming in see it. So I thank you.
Panel? Okay, anything, and hearing none, do I have a motion?
Motion to approve $886 to the San Mateo County Electrical Apprenticeship and Training Trust.
Second.
I have a first and a second to approve the $499,886. Before we vote on it, I'd like to go ahead and open it up to the public for any comments.
Nothing online.
Nothing online, so let's go ahead and take a vote. All in favor of supporting this project, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no. The ayes have it, motion carried. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, panel. Let's turn to tab 39, a training proposal for Santa Clara County Electrical Industry Apprenticeship and Training Trust. This is a repeat contractor. Total ETB funding being sought is $499,746, and that's to train 50 journey workers under Job 1, 435 apprentices under Job 2, and 52 veteran apprentices under Job 3. ETB training will be conducted at the Santa Clara Electrical Trust Training Center in San Jose, and this is Santa Clara's Electrical Trust's 10th ETB contract, the 7th in the last 5 years. And here today to answer your questions are Robert Moreno, Training Director, and John Brower, Director of CalFed.
New panel, thank you for your past gifts, your endowments. Those funds were put to very good use. We have just opened an 80,000 square foot training center. It's one of the largest, I believe. Our JTC is the largest in Northern California. We have roughly 10% veterans, 6% women, 40% people of color. So one thing I wanted to express was the IBW, all the JTCs every year send their instructors to Ann Arbor to go learn how to teach. And they're there for 8 days, I believe. And they're instructed by college professors from all over the nation. And so they teach us how to teach technical courses. So this comes at a cost, for me, it's cost me about $4,000 per instructor. And we have roughly 25 to 30 instructors. So it does come at a price. But it shows the commitment that the IBW has towards their apprentices and the seriousness of the training. So I just want the committee to understand that I'm sure you do the expense that goes into running an apprenticeship center. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Elaborate any on the outreach to women and persons of color?
Sure. We do the job fairs and the outreach at the junior highs and the high schools, even the colleges. We go to the veterans groups, and our local will send our female apprentices to these the women in construction events. So there's an element there, and they do outreach at that point too.
All right, so John, this question is for you. This is a general question, but looking at some of these projects this month, I noticed that there was a lot more journeymen or journey workers involved in the contracts. Do you know if there's a percentage that is allowed or under the apprenticeship programs of the JATCs, or could we have a contract to all journeymen? I mean, our journey workers, I'm sorry.
So under DAS, there are ratios on work between journeymen and apprentices on particular work that goes on. Another reminder in this equation is all of the work of all of the JACs, their projections on the number of apprentices are based on the work in their locality and in their region. So they have to figure out is there enough work to keep all their journey persons working? Is there enough for all their existing apprentices working? And then how many new apprentices can they take on? So it's not a specific calculation, and it's not like the community colleges where they decide they need to have 25 butts in the seats to go. It's really based on demand. The opportunity for California and America is frankly the Infrastructure Investment Act and the Inflation Reduction Act and all of the investments that California as a state is making in terms of everything from digital equity to other infrastructure on top of that. So it's a reflection of them over this last long while, particularly in the pandemic, trying to keep their existing workforce working, if you will. I don't know if you want to talk about it personally from yours.
I'd like to add that we have approximately 2,000 applicants a year, and we bring in 130 apprentices every year. Our local has about 3,000 full-time members, and we have probably about 1,000 travelers right now in our local. So our numbers are there to maintain our amount of retirees and people leaving, but the majority of the funds go to the apprenticeship training.
It's just that, we talk about apprenticeships kind of in a broad view, but maybe it should be apprenticeships and journey workers, because I see now more and more. It used to be, I thought 10%. I don't know if there was a number, but it seemed like a very small ratio. Now I'm seeing up to 50% journey workers in some of these contracts. So, that's why it's just a little bit a disconnect for me. So I just don't know how to.
Can I add some comment? John is correct. When it comes to ratios, there are rules and regulations that depend on the work. But as far as ETP or ETP guidelines are concerned, there is no ratio between the number of journey workers and apprentices that must be in a contract.
Okay, that's fine. Just that, for some reason, I don't know why I had a number in my head, but yeah, because apprenticeships, that's what I would think that they would be. I didn't I didn't know there were so many journey workers now involved in the contracts.
Can I share real quick too? So priority is definitely apprenticeship through and through, but at least specific to the electrical trade, there's mandatory requirements for them to do continued learning in order to maintain their California State certified or certification as an electrician. So they have to come back to the training program, learn the new technologies that are coming up from when they were previously apprentices, and anytime that changes. So you're seeing new curriculum that's developed to meet the needs of the new technologies that are coming out there. Like
But
EITP
they don't
is one.
necessarily need to be funded by ETP though, right?
Can I just say though that you all have played a historic role, particularly with IBEW, in everything from Title 24 building standards being implemented, advanced lighting controls, automated demand response. There's a lot that is going on as we as a state have made a priority of addressing climate change in particular, and greenhouse gas reduction, that you all have played a significant and important part of that as the JACs, whether it's IBEW or the other trades, come forward and need new skill sets or put those in place, both for their apprentices and for their journey workers.
Yeah, okay. It was just a general question. I wasn't, I just wanted to know if that's what we call it, that's what we should fund. Versus maybe you can get outside funding for journey workers from another source. I don't know. I'm just throwing that out. But
And Jan, because also I to follow up on Gretchen's point, is that yes, the focus is on apprenticeships, because if you look at the weighted average, the number of hours that we fund are much higher than the journey workers. You'll see a much lower request of hours for training for those.
okay, very good. Thank you. All right, that's all I had. Just, it was a general question. All right. Any other comments on this? Okay.
So,
do I-
Madam Chairman, I move that we fund $499,746 of ET funding to Santa Clara County Electrical Industrial Apprentice and Training Trust.
We have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. So before we take a vote, I'd like to open it up to the public for any comments. Any comments?
Nothing online.
Nothing online. All right. So with that, let's go ahead and take a vote to fund the $499,746. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. The ayes have it. Motion carried. Thank you.
Thank you, panel.
That one.
Thank you. Yeah, we're going to skip over 40 since we took that already. So turn to tab 41, the training proposal for sprinkler fitters, local 483 journeyman and apprenticeship training fund. This is a priority industry, and it's glad to say it's not a repeat contract. This is a new one. Total ETP funding being requested is for $336,250 to train an estimated number of trainees of 50 under job one journey workers. 162 under Job 2 apprentices, and 10 for veteran apprentices under Job 3. ETP training will be conducted at its training center in Hayward, and like I said, this is their first ETP contract, or it could be upon your approval. Here today are Steve Fox, Director of Training, and John Brower, Director of Cal Labor Fed.
Good afternoon, ETP panel. My name is Steve Fox, and I'm the Training Director for Sprinkler Fitters UA Local 483. We do a lot of outreach, in my opinion. We attend all the job fairs and community events for recruitment in our area. My local covers 9 counties, and so San Francisco to San Jose to Livermore to Roanoke Park, and so we go to all those events that we can, and we make available the women in our office or on the training team. We make time available for them to come to the booths with us so that prospective apprentices can see people in the trade and around the trade that look and feel like them, right? And so we make that available. We work with Meg Bassey and Trade Women's Inc., and we try to, we're actually very proud of our diversity and the number of people we have in the program. Our program is not a big program, as big as some of them that have come through, and right now, currently, we have 1 woman apprentice in the program, but we do have over 50% self-reported on our side of diversity. We're more than 50% a melting pot in my local, and we're very proud of that. And we're seeking funding to improve training, increase apprenticeships. We really have real jobs, real well-paying jobs for people that want to come in. We're working with the programs in our area for direct entry, language requirements if you complete a pre-apprenticeship program. And we're just looking to, bring more people into the program.
Steve, this is your first contract. Congratulations. But how did you find out about us?
I have lots of friends in this room, and so we were.
Well, that's nice.
Right, we were sitting around and having dinner one night, and I was talking to them about funding. We run, those of us that run programs, you figure out how you do things, right? And a friend of mine had been participating in this program for a number of years, and I just need a little encouragement that it was okay, right?
Yeah, and because it's your first, please utilize your association, your friends, as well as the staff.
So I'm a UA. I'm connected with the UA. So Brian and
Perfect.
Stefan and.
Okay, any other comments regarding? Okay, so let's have a motion.
Motion to approve $366,250 to the sprinklers that are locals 483 journeyman and apprenticeship training fund.
Second.
So, could you repeat that again? I'm sorry.
Motion to approve 366,000.
No, that's not what I have, so I'm not sure. Is that?
336,000.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, 300. 300, you have, what do you, oh, see, I have 66 and I have 36. Okay, so.
Could right size it.
So do you see 336?
Yes.
Or I see 36, I see both. Okay. So motion to approve $336,250 to the sprinklers that are local 483 journeyman and apprenticeship training fund.
Second.
Want to just go ahead and reiterate?
Second to approve the total ETP funding of $336,250 to the Sprinkler Fitters Local 483 Journeyman and Apprenticeship Training Fund.
Great, thank you. So we got a first and a second. So before we vote, I'd like to open it up to the public for any comments.
Nothing online.
Fine, so let's go ahead and take a vote on this. So all in favor of support this contract, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. The ayes have it, motion carried. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon. Next, we'll have tab 42. This is a proposal from Central Valley Electrical Industry Training and Educational Trust They are a first-time contractor requesting $204,116 to train 101 journey worker, apprentice, and veteran apprentice trainees. Here representing Central Valley Electrical to answer any questions is John Brown, Training Director.
How you doing? As stated, I'm John Brown, Training Director of Central Valley JTC. I've had the position for 3 weeks. I'm proud to be there. So before that, I was an instructor, and I could say that we could not do the level of training we do without you guys' support. So thank you. With that said, I see on our jobs, we have 5 veterans in armed service. Having right around 100 apprentices, that's 5%, doing pretty good. We have 5 females apprentices. When I started being an instructor for the JTC, we had 1. So that growth is, I say, due to the fact that we not single them out, but include them during the job fairs, change our thought process on how we organize them in. When we see the young kids, just don't pick the football players, the baseball players, but include everyone around. Any questions?
Do I have a motion to approve?
Make a motion to approve $204,116 for the Central Valley Electrical Industry Training and Educational Trust.
Second. We have 2 seconds, and before we go ahead and so which second's on the record? Is it Rick? Okay, Rick is on the record. All right. So with that, I'm going to open it up to the public for any comments.
Nothing online.
Nothing online, so let's go ahead and take a vote on it. So let's vote to approve this proposal. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no. The ayes have it, motion carried. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you guys so much.
And good luck after 2 weeks in taking this role. John Brown, that's an interesting name.
All right, tab 43. This is a proposal from Glaziers Architectural, Metal, and Glass Workers, Finishing Trade Institute, JATC. They are a repeat contractor requesting $499,149 to train 417 apprentice and veteran apprentice trainees. Here representing Glaziers to answer any questions is Alex Beltran, Director.
All right, well, thank you, Board, for the opportunity and the continued support of the previous years of the ETP funding. It's been amazing to have help in helping build careers for future apprentices and current apprentices. So I thank you for that support and thank you for your time. I am Alex Beltran here representing the finishing trades. I know diversity is one of the things and women in the trades that we've been pushing and trying to support. We're doing a lot of outreaches. We took an additional step this year focusing on our contractors that are hiring new apprentices, looking at the ones that don't have a good track record and meeting with them one-on-one, trying to make sure that they're doing the right thing and go through different hurdles and leaps. And I got a real quick story. I can't tell you all of them, but we had this one particular contractor. They haven't hired a female apprentice in like the last 10 years. And we finally sat them down and said, hey, what's going on? Well, we do industrial work. You have to have showers. The showers are $150,000 for one apprentice if she's a female. So we don't have that in our budget. So we got together as a board, we came up with the financial backing to help support 50% of that cost so they would hire a female apprentice. And we were successful doing that this year. So that's some of the different stories that we're working one-on-one with our contractors to try to jump over those hurdles and help them for the future. And I'm open for questions.
That's an interesting story because I just want to tell you in 1970, when I started in the lumber business, I was the only female working there and they didn't think anything about it. I had to use the men's restroom for like about 6 months before they finally put a women's restroom in. So we really haven't come that far. We still having problems with showers, but interesting story. So, all right.
You didn't have to go outside.
Oh yeah, I mean, I probably would have if you would have saw what was written on the walls in that men's bathroom. So, all right, it's enough said. Okay, so I just have one question around your. I mean, you have 5 contracts that are still open with $0 in the. You've got you know, some from 2020 2021, you got some from 2022. And, this is just, we talked about that with Kelly about, making sure that there's some indication that we're going to be 100% on each one of these. So I don't think there's a problem with it. They're low amounts of 200,000. And I also want to mention that I thank you for consolidating your glaciers programs, because I know at one time we were looking at 3 projects and now you consolidated into one. So I do appreciate you doing that as well. So
You're welcome. And yes, I believe we submitted to close out everything. So all the previous stuff, working with Kelly, seems like we got everything in order or soon to be in order submitted.
okay, very good. Well, thank you so much. Okay, any other comments?
Motion to approve $499,149 to the Glaciers Architectural Metal and Glass Workers Finishing Trade Institute, JATC.
Second.
I have a first and a second to approve this project. Before we go ahead and vote on it, I'd like to open it up to the public for any comments.
Nothing online.
Nothing online, so let's go ahead and vote on it. Let's vote to approve this project for $499,149. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no. The ayes have it, motion carried. Thank you.
Okay, next up, we have tab 44. This is a proposal from Local 100, International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, Joint Electrical Training Trust Fund. They are a repeat contractor requesting $271,230 to train 200 journey worker, apprentice, and veteran apprentice trainees. Here representing Local 100 to answer any questions is John Brower, California Labor.
Afternoon, everybody. A couple of things. First, if I could, to take a moment to thank Reg, Peter, Willie, and Heather, and all the regional staff on getting all this to today. I just really want to say thank you all for a Herculean effort in making this happen. As you know, we brought a suggestion for this 6 or 7 years ago. Sorry, Willie, please don't hate me forever. And so it's really nice to see this put in place. I think it will make your lives easier as much as all the JACs and everybody in that regard. I did want to say, in terms of some of the background questions for you, Gretchen, one of the volunteer roles I have is I'm a board member and the secretary for Tradeswomen Inc. in Northern California. A number of the JACs today mentioned Tradeswomen Inc. There are also some others that I have come to realize that I'm going to ask staff and our director to need to reach out and do some more work on. Fresno Local 100 is a strong partner with Tradeswomen Inc. and in particular with Valley Build, which is a multi-craft core curriculum pre-apprentice program in the Valley that has a lot of the trades. It has the Building Trades Council. It has Fresno Workforce Development Board, and they are running all women cohorts as part of Valley Build. So there is a real concerted effort of which Local 100 is a part of to build into that. I don't know what their specific outcomes or goals are, Gretchen, in the moment, but I do know that they are well embedded in those efforts there in Fresno.
As you thank the staff, I also want to thank the panel for trying to digest all of these apprenticeship
Yes,
programs.
you too.
55 of them, 560 pages of documents. I mean, so I want to thank the panel for taking that on as well.
Also appreciated by me as well.
Okay, so with that, do we have any questions for John regarding this proposal?
Motion to approve the total ETP funding of $271,230 to the Local 100 International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers Joint Electrical Training Trust Fund.
I have a second?
Second.
Okay, I have a first and a second. Before we take a vote, I'd like to open it up to the public for any comments.
Nothing online.
Fine, so with that, let's go ahead and take a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no. The ayes have it, motion carried. Thank you, John.
Okay, next we'll move to tab 47, since tab 45 and 46 were moved to the consent calendar. There was a correction to this proposal. Originally, an incorrect copy of the proposal was posted. So in front of you, you do have the corrected copy. So this is a training proposal for Northern California Field Iron Workers Apprenticeship Training and Journeyman Retraining Fund. They are requesting $473,678. They are a repeat contractor and will train 593 journey worker, apprentice, and veteran apprentice trainees. Here representing Northern California Iron Workers to answer any questions is Jason Raffner, Director.
Good afternoon, everybody. How is everybody?
Well, now
Getting
wait a
close
minute,
to
weren't
the
you up
end,
here
huh?
earlier?
Well, I just want to reiterate what everybody else has said. I mean, it really is a pleasure to work with everybody up here, and the apprenticeship community is very thankful for everything that you guys do and the support for the apprenticeship community. But yeah, I'm the apprenticeship director for the Iron Workers for California and vicinity. I'm representing the North. We have about 1,200 apprentices in the North, and our institution is probably about 65 to 70% minority. Our female intake is probably about 3 to 4%. So we're still working on that, just like a lot of the other trades. We do have a female instructor, and she's actually a CWI, which is a certified welding inspector at our regional training facility in Benicia, California. And she's doing a fabulous job with training and qualifying the iron worker apprentices and journeymen that are coming through the program. So I do want to say some good news too. I know Mr. Peterson was talking about having the best welder in his local, but we actually had an female apprentice competitor that did compete in our district council competition, and she did take first place in the welding, and it wasn't at a Peterson's local. So, but yeah, with that, I'd just like to open it up for any questions and go from there.
Hearing none, do I have a motion?
Motion to approve $473,678 to the Northern California Field Iron Workers Apprenticeship Training and Journeyman Retraining Fund.
Second.
I have a first and a second to approve this project. So with that, I'm going to open it up to the public for any comments.
Nothing online.
Nothing online, so let that go ahead and take a vote on it. So we'll go ahead and vote to approve this project. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no. The ayes have it. Motion carried. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Enjoy
Thank
the rest of your day.
Thanks. You too.
Okay, next up, we have tab 48. This is a proposal from Sacramento Area Electrical Workers Joint Apprenticeship and Training Trust. They are a repeat contractor requesting $490,020 to train 220 journey worker, apprentice, and veteran apprentice trainees. Here representing Sacramento Area Electrical is Chris Tillery, Training Director, and Tammy Callan, Office Manager.
Good afternoon, panel. Thank you for having us today. And as a lot of people have said already, thank you so much for the continued support. Our apprenticeship program couldn't do what we do for Northern California without your help, without the help of these funds. So I'm Chris Tillery, Training Director at the Sacramento Electrical Training Center. This is my office manager, Tammy Callan. We provide training and placement into high-paying union jobs in Sacramento, Redding, Chico areas. We cover 18 counties in Northern California in total. We're currently at 333 apprentices. 21 of those are women, so it's a 6.5%. We can do better, but I think we're doing okay there. 40 of those 333 are veterans, so a little better, 12%. And then out of our 333, we have 128 minorities, so we're at 39% there. Things that we are doing to be better in those areas: constant outreach. We're actively involved for recruiting women. We have a women's mentorship group that we support very well. We use some of their leaders from that group to do outreach. So Tammy actually went with one of the leaders, Erin Gibbons, recently to a women's homeless shelter to talk about the program, opportunities to get in the apprenticeship. I'm taking another one of their leaders, Michelle Stoffel, next month to the Trades Day career fair at Cal Expo, which is one of the largest career fairs in the area. So that I can have her there with me, to show the girls there from the high schools that they can do this and that they can be electricians. So I think that's pretty important to
to give that kind of face at career fairs. We're very involved in career fairs and high school presentations. We've done about 10 already this year. We have partnerships with high schools in lower income areas. We have a MOU linkage agreement with Luther Burbank High School and Rosemont High Schools for their ECU programs. We are very active with Helmets to Hard Hats for veterans, and we just recently approved through the committee to be involved with the VEEP program, Veterans Electrical Entry Program, to have direct entry method for veterans that have gone through that training. So yeah, thank you again for the support and consideration for today for funding. Any questions?
Hearing none, do I have a motion to approve?
Motion to approve $490,020 to the Sacramento Area Electrical Workers Joint Apprenticeship and Training Trust.
Second.
I have a first and a second. So before we vote, I'd like to open it up to the public for any comment.
Nothing online.
With that, let's go ahead and take a vote to approve this project. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no. The ayes have it, motion carried. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, next up is tab 49. This is a proposal from San Joaquin and Calaveras County Electrical Industry Apprenticeship and Training Trust. They are a first-time contractor requesting $151,866 to train 72 journey worker, apprentice, and veteran apprentice trainees. Here representing San Joaquin and Calaveras Electrical is Garrett Greer, Training Director.
Good morning. Thank you. My name is Garrett Greer. I'm the training director, and I'll be the administrator for the contract for the San Joaquin and Calaveras Counties Electrical JATC. And I want to thank the panel for their time today. Well, this isn't our first time participating in ETP funding. This is our first contract on our own. Previously, we were under the Cal Labor Federation umbrella, and I can't say thank you enough to them and to Strategy for everything they did to us prior. I know we're towards the end of the session, and you guys have heard the same thing again, time and time again, but I want you to know how much all these funds mean to us. We're a small apprenticeship, and we struggle even during the normal labor markets. And these funds allow us to provide meaningful and current instruction for our apprentices, most of whom come from minority populations or from a socioeconomic background that doesn't automatically enter them into a white collar job. And so we offer a good solid blue collar career backed by the training and education and the opportunity to earn and learn on the job. We're talking about women and minorities in our apprenticeship. We currently are at 3.5% of females in the apprenticeship, probably over 60% minority population. As we continue to try to make changes to be able to recruit more women, our committee recently appointed a minority female as chair, and that's huge when we come to the interview process and the female applicants have a familiar face. Our chair is also very involved in the local community and outreach, and so we're constantly getting plugged into local organizations. We also do partner with Tradeswomen Inc. Currently, we only have we have 3 apprentices, female apprentices in the program, but 2 of those are in the first year. So I do see us gaining some traction, which is a good thing. Earlier, Heather had a great presentation about what the effect of this ETP funding is and having the apprentices here speaking on that. And I would like to expand on that if you'll indulge me for 1 second. I came through this same program that I'm now the training director of. And so we started participating in ETP funding back in 2012-13 when it was first ran out for the apprenticeship programs. At that time, I was an apprentice. I'm a direct recipient of those funds, and those gave me the opportunity to be able to come here to stand before you today to ask for this to continue to support our apprentices so they have the same opportunities that I've had. With that, I'll open it up to any questions.
Last name?
Greer?
Are you related to Kelly?
I'm not.
Okay, not a problem. Sorry, Kelly. All right. Okay, so is there any comments or questions regarding this? Okay.
Motion to approve $151,886 to the San Joaquin and Calaveras County Electrical Industry and Apprenticeship Training Trust.
Second.
So we've got a first and a second to approve the $151,886. So before we take a vote, I'd like to open it up to the public for any comments.
Nothing online.
Nothing online, so let's go ahead and take a vote to approve this project. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, say no. The ayes have it, motion carried. Thank you.
I'd like to say thank you on behalf of our apprentices.
Thank you very much.
Okay, next up is tab 50. This is a proposal from State Building and Construction Trades Council of California. They are repeat contractor requesting $499,373 to train 361 journey worker, apprentice, and veteran apprentice trainees. Also a part of this project, there is 30 pre-apprentice new hire trainees. Here representing State Building and Construction Trades is Jeremy Smith, Director.
Thanks for sticking with us here. We got
Of course, of course. Nice to sit out there and see all of you today. Thank you for being here today. I wanted just to start off first, Jeremy Smith, on behalf of the State Building and Construction Trades Council. You all are changing lives today. All of you and the staffers at ETP and the money that goes out, I think you heard from the apprentices best, but you are changing people's lives today, and you should be commended for that. And I want to thank you on behalf of the State Building Trades Council for that, because our apprenticeship programs, our joint programs, train people for careers that last a lifetime. They can do anywhere they want to do them, and it starts here for many of them. It starts with the money that you give out for some of these smaller programs that need a little help. So thank you, first of all, for that. Just wanted you to know that this is going to create a pipeline of workers. It's going to do all kinds of things for the state, especially helping to meet our energy efficiency goals, our greenhouse gas emission reduction goals. We need an army of workers to turn around this state to meet those goals. And much of the money that goes out today is going to help that occur as well. I also wanted to just give you some numbers here. The $16 million that goes out today will fund approximately 10,000 California apprentices. Next year, these workers will collectively earn around $610 million and will contribute approximately $22 million into the California tax system. In over 10 years, these workers will pay more than $225 million in California taxes. These jobs drive the economy. They drive local economies and they drive the state economy. The no-cost classes that the joint apprenticeship training programs run for apprentices, will help lift the lives of, over 10,000 California workers, helping them to gain these skills. As you heard this morning, they help people reach financial stability in their lives and change their and their families' lives for good. We greatly appreciate the work you've done today and the work you continue to do, and look forward to being here again when you give out more money. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Well, you can come anytime. You come back up here. We got some comments for you here.
I'm between you and lunch, so I wanted to just get out of the way.
Okay, forget lunch. Okay, any other comments for this fellow here?
Mr. Smith, if you can convey to new President Andrew Meredith the importance of attracting more women into the trades and partnering to get that done. So we've had a lot of discussion around that today, and identifying the best practices and then encouraging each of the locals to employ those practices.
Will do.
You can come back anytime. We don't, even if you don't want any money, I mean, you can come back anytime.
Oh, I appreciate that.
Okay, so with that, do we have a motion to approve?
Motion to approve the total ETP funding of $499,373 to the State Building and Construction Trades Council of California.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. I'm going to open it up to the public for any comments. Yes, John.
Thing which is the State Building Trades and the State Federation supported the creation and the budget process, the 15 million that's going to DAS for Women in Construction Priority Unit. And as I think as you move forward, and you talked about in your slideshow earlier, in terms of apprenticeship, I think figuring out ETP's role and ability to work with DAS, particularly through that unit, I think is going to be significant and important. So
So you're the only person that's ever said, when I opened it up to the public, you're the only one that's ever come forward, so thank you. So any other comments from the public? Okay.
Nothing online.
Okay, with that, let's go ahead and take a vote on, let's take a motion on it. No, we already motioned, right? Yes, so let's go ahead and take a vote on it. So we're gonna take a vote on the 499,373. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no. The ayes have it, motion carried. Thank you.
Okay, next up is tab 51. This is a proposal from Western Electrical Contractors Association Apprenticeship and Training Trust. They are a repeat contractor requesting $499,600 to train 200 apprentices. Here representing WECA to answer any questions are Christine Hall, Director of Operations, Maureen Wood, Director of Finance and HR, and Wendy Flanagan, Assistant Director of Apprenticeship.
Hello, panel. First, we want to just thank you for your past support and for consideration today, and also thank you for your service and dedication. We'd also just like to commend the ETP staff. They're one of the most professional staffs I think that we have worked with in any state agency. So I'll let my colleague Wendy Flanagan answer Gretchen's questions about outreach, and then we're here to answer any questions.
Hello, everyone. Sorry, I'm loud, but I'm short. Okay. So I wanted to address some of Gretchen's questions and similar to others that have come up before us. We are very involved in outreach with the local schools and communities. We also make continuous effort to reach out to new organizations that can help us fill our needs for more women in the programs, minorities, veterans, and the underserved in our communities as well. One thing I kind of wanted to touch on specifically was earlier today, you heard Shane talk, and he didn't talk about the specific program he came to us through, but he is the direct result of outreach. He came to us through Volunteers of America. That's how we initially connected. And he came through kind of a boot camp type program we were offering at the time. And then he transitioned to apprenticeship. So he is a recent graduate, and I think he is an excellent, example of what comes from community outreach. I also wanted to mention another example that when we talk about youth and speaking to youth about the future and these fields, the trades, specifically as their career paths, one of our recent graduates, we met her at a high school career fair when she was a senior. And she kept in connection with us and one of our contractors as well. Often our contractors go to outreach with us. And after she graduated, she came into our program that next summer, and she just graduated as well. So I just wanted to share another example of what our outreach efforts do. And we're happy to answer any questions.
The wages that your apprentices earn, are they consistent in paying the prevailing wage regardless of whether or not they're working on a public works or private works project?
Yes, our standards require that the apprentices are paid the appropriate prevailing wage based on the project.
Then if they go onto a private works project, their wages don't dip.
Their wages are based on the prevailing wage, yes. So as you know, prevailing wages vary from county to county, bid advertisement date. So it would be inappropriate for me to say that the wage wouldn't change up or down based on the project that they move to.
Depending on the county.
And the bid advertisement date.
Okay, and the bid advertisement date. I'm just trying to get to that the apprentices are always paid the prevailing wage regardless of whether or not they're on a public works or a private works job. So they have consistency and stabilization of their wages.
Yes.
Panel. So do I have a motion?
A motion to approve the total ETP funding of $499,600 to the Western Electrical Contractors Association Apprenticeship and Training Trust.
Second.
First and a second, and open up to the public for any comments regarding this proposal.
Nothing online.
With that, let's go ahead and vote on it. So let's go ahead and vote to approve the amount of $499,600. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no. The ayes have it, motion carried. Thank you. Thanks a lot. Okay. Getting into the single employers.
Correct. And please note that tab 52 for Bumblebee Foods LLC has been withdrawn. Okay.
They're possibly will come back.
They will come back for a future panel meeting, either October or December.
Okay. So Mike, do we need to do anything with that? Just to,
You know, I'm a fan of clarity of record. So I would, if you don't mind, a quick motion to table that item because it's not withdrawn forever. What I'm hearing is a continuance of it. So I would rather have it be by motion.
okay, so go ahead and we'll take a motion on that to, for those who are going to table this project. So do I have a motion for that, please?
Motion to table Bumblebee Foods LLC to the next panel meeting.
Second? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no. The ayes have it to table it.
Great. Panel members, please turn to tab 53, which is for Free Energy Savings Company, LLC. They are a repeat contractor requesting $449,075 to train 255 retrainees and 65 job creation trainees, with training taking place statewide. Representing today is Alan Rago, Director, and Jill Musing, Consultant.
Good afternoon, panel, and thank you for having me today. My name is Alan Rago. I'm President of Quality Conservation Services for Energy Savings Company. Our company focuses on the utility companies' low-income weatherization programs throughout the state to help upgrade residential, single-family, and multifamily properties for these low-income and disadvantaged communities. It asked about the outreach we do for increasing minority and disadvantaged workers. With 100% of our work being done in low-income and disadvantaged communities, one of the unique things that I think we do is that we give out employment opportunity flyers to 100% of the families we serve. So I feel comfortable in saying that a majority of our employees are actually hired from within those communities we serve. So we are a very diverse organization. That said, we can always improve. One area recently that is being changed is historically we have been strapped by our contracts from the utility companies with who we can hire based upon backgrounds. And recently, the California Public Utilities Commission stepped in and required the utility companies to loosen those strings. So we do expect a lot more hiring in that area, and I look forward to that. So I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions?
Just clarification, please, as to why you're not utilizing an apprenticeship program to train your technicians.
So we love bringing in people with apprenticeship experience. One of the challenges that we run into is that we do whole home weatherization. And so we have to train our people to not only look at the single trade that they may be trained on or are familiar with, but they have to look at the house holistically. And so while we may have an HVAC technician come in, they also need to look at, before they install, because of the utility company rules, before they do any changes or upgrades, they need to evaluate the area volume of the house. They need to evaluate the insulation in the house, the windows, the doors, things of that nature. So training is largely more beneficial if we do that internally ourselves, because the utilities have specific standards that we have to follow.
Commend you into expanding into Imperial County too, which has one of the highest unemployment rates in the nation. So good on you for that. I need some clarification from staff, please. I think I'm at my level where I forgot to eat today and risk of getting hangry. So I apologize outright to staff. But on the second page of the proposal that I'm reading, it states the trainee in all occupations are subject to a 90-day review with corresponding wage increase until they meet mastery levels, which will continue during the 2-year duration of training and after ETP is completed until trainees reach $30 per an hour for new hires and $45 per an hour for incumbent workers in wage compensation. But those are not, the 30 and the 45 are not the wage top of the range that I'm seeing. Am I misreading something? Like severely deprived on carbohydrates right now?
You're not misreading that. I believe that that possibly could be some type of CAN language that was added into this contract because it doesn't match up with the wages or the post-retention wages that we have in here for 2157 for job 1 and 1764 for job 2.
Follow up on that one as we move this for approval. I'm done.
I do have a comment as well, Jill. It's around the productive lab. You know, it's kind of a hot button for me. You have 25% possible productive lab for your contract. Now, when I'm looking under the productive lab training curriculum, this is where I get a little confused. You know what productive lab is? I mean, it's for equipment that can't be utilized anywhere else, you know, on the floor or somewhere in that regard. I can understand an HVAC system, you can't move around very readily and that sort of thing. However, there are some things in there like diagnostics. There's some other things that you have in there around drawings and plans. Those I wouldn't consider a productive lab. That's not what productive lab is meant to be. So when you're looking at putting your curriculum together, make sure that it's very specified, you know, to what productive lab is for us to support. Because, you know, like you said, you can do willy-nilly and, you know, get training for somebody looking at a blueprint. That's really not what we call productive lab. So be careful in your next project to really kind of dive down into really what productive lab is. And we're going to talk more about it next week during our subcommittee meeting and really get into the nitty-gritty of productive lab and what that really means. So maybe you can understand it a little bit more of what we're trying to get at. So
I totally get what you're getting at. I absolutely get it. And I think that potentially if this continues to go forward the way it's gone the last 3 panel meetings, we might have to look at the specific course topic in productive lab. Now, what I will say for a company like Free Energy is that there are so many differences between age of construction, quality and type of construction, equipment that was in place, that there's so many variables that there's a huge amount of productive lab training that needs to be done. Like he's asking for 23 hours. He's going to give 100. Okay. He needs it. But in terms of the actual course topic, that might be something. One thing to think about is that we submit these applications months in advance, right? So anything that I do have coming up in either November or December, I will scrub those course topics.
just, you know, be more, when I'm looking at it, just be more specific about it. And we'll dive into it a little bit more, but you know, I understand, you know, that it's easy to do productive lab and you get down to the nitty gritty and you say, okay, just send everybody out on the job and we'll count it as productive lab because we're kind of short on hours. I get it. I've been there, so I know. So it's just something that you want to, we just want to dive down a little further. So 25%, not a bad number. I mean, some of the ones that you saw come before us were over 100%. So, you know, that was a little bit sketchy. So anyway, that's all I'm saying. But
I'm always trying to be cognitive of what you're looking for. What the hot button is. So.
Well, thanks for that. So with that, any other comments regarding?
Can I hop in real fast? Sure. I think I was a little hangry as well too with my comment. This is actually wage progression for those folks as existing employees that are already in the contract. The wages you can see go up well over these amounts. So that's a wage progression within the company after they go through their training programs.
Okay, thanks for clarifying that, Ryan. Okay, any other comments?
Motion to approve the total ETP funding of $449,075 to Free Energy Savings Company, LLC.
Have a second?
Second.
Okay, I have a first and a second. I'm going to open it up to the public for any comments regarding this proposal.
Nothing online.
And so we're going to take a vote on it. So to approve this project, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. Motion carried. Thank you.
Thank you.
Up next is tab 54 for Hydro Air Aerospace Corp. They're a repeat contractor requesting $429,640 to train 367 retrainees and 100 job creation trainees, all located in LA. Representing today is Jeff Garrow, HR Director, and Raymond Schroll, Talent Director.
Afternoon, panel members. Good afternoon, staff. I'm Jeff Garrow, the HR Director at Hydro Air Crane Aerospace in Burbank.
And good afternoon. Thank you for having us today. I'm Raymond Scholl, the Director of Talent Development.
So we have, Hydro Air has been in Burbank since 1941. Where they started making electric wall heaters, moved on in 1943 because of their proximity to Skunk Works and to Burbank Airport, and started doing aerospace products, started making valves and pumps for aircraft in the 40s. They were acquired in 1951 by Craig & Co., and which is our current parent company. We currently design and manufacture pumps, valves, braking systems, and other controls for just about everything that flies, both commercial and military. And when you get to the end of the runway and stop, and it's a smooth one, that's because of us. So we're always refining it. We are responsible for the software and some of the hardware for the brake systems of all aircraft.
I just have one. So now I forgot what your title was.
HR director.
A little worrisome. Only because you're overseeing this whole project of almost $500,000. And how long have you been with the company?
For 3 years.
So 3 years is usually 10 years. So you probably move on to another company here in a little while. As we know, we have an HR director on board here, and she kind of gives me the lowdown. So, so I'm wondering who else would take your place if you weren't going to be there any longer?
That would be him.
Hi. The interesting relationship that we have is, so Jeff is the site director for Burbank. I'm the group director for talent development. So I oversee recruiting and internal talent development for all of aerospace electronics business. So about almost $700 million business with 2,500 people. Burbank has 500-ish of those. And I've been in Burbank my whole time with the company. So it's been 10 years. I've gone through the operations part of it. I'm somewhat of a specialist in HR in what I do. But the nice part about me being here is we put together this idea pre-COVID. And so this has been a 3-year journey, 4-year journey for us, somewhere in there, that we're actually here today to do this. And so I'm listed on there as a partner. I've been with the company 10 years. I don't plan on going anywhere unless they have plans for me. But we dual hatted this just to have that kind of redundancy. And if I may, we use a term called single point of failure, and I'm sure other people understand what that is, but I can't claim that everybody might. So if you only have one person that can do the job and you lose that person, you're really in trouble. And I know you know that from manufacturing based on what I heard today. And we look at that as a key component to how we run our business, because we're a niche business and everything we make is up underneath the aircraft or buried in a satellite. Nobody gets to see it. And we have a lot of people in the business that are, half of our workforce in Burbank is over 50. And we look at that as a single point of failure risk. And so part of what we're doing here, and part of the reason, we're walking the walk, like doing this together, is because we understand that risk to the business from a direct labor aspect, and then from what we do as well. We can't let it fail, because we're hitting that point where we're seeing people leave the business because they're done. They've worked 40 years. And we're looking for new talent that's early career that can pick this stuff up, because we can't have turnover. If you're here for 6 months, you're here for a year and you go. It doesn't work for the kind of things we make.
Yeah, it's just, I just want to strengthen your contract. It's a good contract. I really love to see these aerospace contracts come through. They're really solid here in California. So I want you to be successful, but there's so many contracts that we've looked at in the past that, guess what it says under why they don't perform? HR manager has left the company. Everybody knows that. They write it on their application. So I'm just saying that those are kind of things that I want to make sure that you have some solid infrastructure to support this contract. I got a master's in HR, so I know that there are flakiness among us. So anyway, I just want to let you know that stick with it. Make sure you got people to support you. There are other people behind you, but I appreciate both of you coming today. And so, all right. Any other comments? Okay, do I have a motion?
Motion to approve $429,640 for the Hydro Air Aerospace Corporation.
Second.
I have a motion, a first and a second. I'm going to open it up to the public for any comment.
Nothing online.
Nothing online. So with that, we're going to make a vote to approve it. So all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no. The ayes have it, motion carried. Good luck. I really want to see you be successful.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much. And we also do have a really strong outreach program for diversity, just for the record.
Thank you.
We try to work with early on female students in high school and junior high. We're partnering with DIY Girls in San Fernando. It's an organization began by Luz Rivas, Assemblywoman, and a great organization to get out in front and get some guest speakers there and donations. So female girls in their high school can start making career decisions and see what's out there in both in engineering and in technical fields. So thank you for, we wanted to point that out as well, but just left it out.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Right, next one up.
Okay, next up, tab 55. This is a proposal from Yosemite Community College District, Columbia College. This is a first-time contractor requesting $259,760 to train a total of 390 workers. Training will take place at participating employers' work sites in Sacramento, Stanislaus, Los Angeles, and Alameda counties. Here representing Columbia College to answer any questions is Steve Muck, trainer.
Hello, panel. Glad to be here today and appreciate you having us up for consideration. I'm here today on behalf of President Lena Tran, who can't be here today from Columbia College. She has a foundation meeting, so this is a very important meeting for her, so she's had to go to the foundation. So we're very excited to be part of this panel today and be under consideration. And we look forward to working with our monitor for assistance and guidance. And we are here to answer any questions you may have regarding our application.
So have you been here before? You look very familiar, but.
Yeah, with one of a different college.
Okay, yeah, no, because this is your first time here and the first time applicant, so, but you look familiar, so I'm glad to see more blood come into the system, so appreciate you supporting this Yosemite Community College. And where is that located?
It's in the Yosemite College District.
So up in Mariposa County or around in that area? Okay. All right. Okay. Any comments regarding this proposal?
Motion to approve the total ETP funding of $259,760 for the Yosemite College. I'm sorry, Yosemite Community College District, Columbia College.
Second.
So I have a first and a second. Okay, I'm going to open it up to the public for any comments regarding this proposal. Any comments?
Nothing online.
Nothing online. So with that, let's go ahead and make a motion to approve $249,760. All in favor, say aye.
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 Those opposed, say no. The ayes have it. Motion carried. Thank you very much.
Yeah, real quick. You've
That-
got to
what
correct
did I
that. You
say?
said 249.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Let's go back and retract that. So $259,760
amount.
to approve. So all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no. The ayes have it. Motion carried. Thank you.
Appreciate it, guys.
I know. That's good.
Panel members, please turn to our final tab, which is 53, and it's an amendment. I'm 56, sorry. 56. Thank you, Jana. It's an amendment for the Schilling Paradise Court. This is being brought to the panel as it's considered a material change to the existing expansion funded project, which will add an affiliate, JAM, into the existing Schilling ETP contract. A new job number has been added with an effective date of April 1st, 2022. This also increases wages for job 2, the new jobs that are added to the ETP minimum wages for calendar year 2022. The contract amount remains the same. Representing the company today is Jeff Platt, CEO, and Bill Sachs, consultant.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am Jeff Platt. I'm the CEO of Schilling Paradise Corp, as well as the CEO, excuse me, of Schilling's sister company, JAM Electric High and Low Voltage. And I guess I'd like to start off and talk about a little bit about diversity in our workforce here. Our workforce is about 70% minorities, women, second chancers. And this diversity is represented not just in the field, but also in the office throughout management. The general managers of both Schilling and of JAM are female. One of them is Hispanic. And our management team, the project managers, superintendents, and so forth, the real managers, the people who really make the company run, are also almost exclusively within the minority group. So, and I want to add that during our annual planning, we do the normal thing. We crunch the numbers and we have numeric goals, but we also have soft goals. And one of the soft goals for my two general managers was to add female participation on the production side. And I guess I'll look at it as a percentage of employees added this year. We've added about 30 employees and 4 of them are female. So we're going in the right direction. So I just wanted to start with that. I'm also happy to be here to discuss our proposal, and I'm not asking for any more money. I just asking that I'm able to utilize it for both of my companies. We'd like to add JAM to our contract as soon as possible. As you know, these are expansion funds, and although we've gotten off to a slow start, we've got things in place and we're moving ahead with our training. Since the project started, we've been really rocked with inflation in supply chain challenges. I mean, very disruptive. So it's only made this, the need for training to just be more important to us. Our job cost is just so difficult to track this. So, you know, our training needs to be done throughout the organization. So anyways, at the end of the day, we would like to add JAM to our contract. This is a company that we often train, the two companies often train together. We co-locate most of our operations. So there's a lot of synergy there. So I'll open it up to any questions.
Yeah, no, just to clarify for some of the other panel members, normally when we see amendments, we see added dollars. I mean, that's why people come for amendments. So to see this was kind of unusual. The only reason is that we're seeing it now is because a lot of these changes are always done in, internally, without coming before the panel. But with significant changes like this, we're adding more employees or different employees from their company. They decided to bring all the amendments that have anything that have substantial change before the panel. So it was kind of an unusual change to see an amendment like this, but thank you for coming. Any other comments?
A few questions, if you don't mind. So Schilling does the public works components for utility companies and JAM does more residential work? Is that how I'm reading this?
Schilling does underground work. So, let's say one of the main lines of business is putting in the backbone for the electrical connections.
Their application also states for the 90 JAM employees, 80 of those workers have electrician certification. So those are 80 workers that have already gone through an apprenticeship program.
Or they've started in the qualification process to be certified electricians.
What does that mean to you? So they are California state certified electricians?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
No, thank you.
Motion to, it's not really to approve additional funding, it's just to approve the amendment. So, okay, so I have a motion to approve.
Motion to approve the amendment of $322,575 to Schilling's Paradise Corporation.
Second.
I have a first and a second. I'm going to open it up to the public. If they have any comments regarding this amendment.
Nothing online.
Hearing none. So I'm going to take a vote on it. So we're going to vote to approve this amendment. All in favor, say aye.
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 Those opposed, say no. The ayes have it. Motion carried. Thank you very much for coming.
Thank you.
And
Thank you.
sticking
Thank you
with us for the last hours. Okay, so that kind of wraps up all of our proposals for today. But I am going to ask any of the panel members if they have any additional items they'd like to request on the next agenda.
Yeah, I'd like to say something that doesn't have to do with something separate. First of all, I appreciate everybody's time. Your time is really valuable that you sit here through the whole meeting, and I wish the audience was all here so they could hear the same thing. But I think it's really important that when someone comes to ask for funds, that they're here. There's a lot of no-shows. Kelly, I thank you for being here, but you're not a company rep, you're a consultant. But people need to be here. As far as I'm concerned, if you're a no-show, you're no funded. Again, we're here, you're here. I need all the regional people to make sure they send that message clearly. They could have someone here. 10 minutes of their time for $200,000 or $300,000 is not too far to ask for. So anyway, that's my comment.
No, that's good. I mean, as you said, they all have company, they weren't here and we just moved and tabled it. So yeah, you make a valid point. Any other comments on that? Okay, so that pretty much does that. So now with this, I'm going to open it up for any public comment. Any public comment out there? Okay, we got Rob. Hi, Rob.
Hi, everyone. Anybody want to stand up and stretch? It's been a long day.
Pretty soon.
I don't know how you sit that long. I can't do it. Just want to comment real quickly. Generally, CMTA is seeing increased demand for multiple employer contract funding from our members to reskill workers, keep up with consumer demand. As you know, MECs are capped out at about $600,000 per year. This is the same limit for MECs with skills training such as medical coding, home repair technician, et cetera. Same as with our advanced manufacturing MECs. So we are capped at that 600,000. What used to be a priority in industry in ETP is kind of changed. It used to be, you had to make a product here and then be at risk of moving out of state. I don't think that's a definition anymore, but I still think we need to serve those companies. That was kind of what the program was founded on. So in that vein, we've got to find some way to serve these priority manufacturers. So one idea would be to allow larger MECs, trade associations, chambers that have a good track record to hold multiple MECs to serve these companies. They're just not coming through in the single employer contracts like they used to. It's a longer funding cycle. We had a glitch with a previous LMS or ETP system. Now we're in this new system, which is different. You have to put the whole application in at the beginning. So if they're not using a consultant, even if they're using a consultant, they tend to, it's a long process for them. And a lot of them are going to the MECs. So, my recommendation is to advocate that multiple employer contracts could have, sort of multiple region, one maybe in the Central Valley, one in the far north, just like the community colleges do. And my other thing is really making sure that we have parity between apprenticeship programs and regular programs that are for like the aerospace program, like you saw here. The rules have to be the same, just to make it fair. This is a labor and business joint panel here. And if we're seeing a diversion of, like all projects that are apprenticeship programs coming at one time, it doesn't look like fair and equitable. So I think that's important to keep in mind. But once again, definitely advocating for increased funding for the multiple employer contracts for the larger trade associations so we can serve the smaller businesses. Most of our companies have high representation from women and minorities. It's not on the ones and twos, it's in the 50% above. Thank you for your time today and thank you for your patience. And I'm also excited about the shareholder process that you're starting. I think that's a great idea and be happy to answer any questions later about this idea. Thanks.
So Rob, I mentioned that earlier. I don't know if you were here during that time.
Yes.
When they talked about it. I said that we need to be equitable among all the MECs if we're doing the same thing with the apprenticeship.
Right.
program.
And the whole system as a whole as well. The application process down to, there's projects that are coming through today that didn't show any performance and they're getting another project maybe. Like we can't do that on the single employer contract side or the multiple.
Yeah.
So it just needs to be equitable so that the taxpayers know that we're all playing by the same rules.
I've been trying. I really have. I really have. Because I come from manufacturing.
No. So any other questions? Okay, I'll yield my time to the next person.
I'll be quick. And again, to thank staff for doing all this today. I just wanted Gloria to say, we did take seriously everybody coming. We had one person who is taking care of a wife with stage 4 cancer, and another whose spouse had died and is a dad of 3 and couldn't make it. And they're the smaller JECs. It's not like they had somebody else
And I
showing
appreciate
up.
that,
So I
and
just,
And I feel sorry for them. I'm sorry about that, but there's still someone else, especially with technology and Zoom and things going on. There's.
okay, if you're willing to figure out how to make that work in a hybrid world for folks like that to maybe join electronically, that's fantastic. We would embrace that and would love to see that happen. So we had one also that we thought should have been on consent and wasn't, and I think they were told they were going to be. So anyway, if that's the solution, that's great.
Thank you. Any other comments? Okay, Kelly?
Hi, sorry, I'll make it quick. I'm also hangry, a little hangry. But I first want to thank Willie and Heather for their amazing organizational skills. I'm sorry to take this down, and also for their leadership skills. And then also I want to thank everybody in the field office for their amazing management skills, and also their staff for really, really working so very, very hard to get all these applications together. And I was amazed and blown away by how well they did. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kelly. Any other comments from the public? All right, so with that, I'm going to officially, I'm sorry, any other comments online? Hands raised?
Nothing online.
All right. Okay, so officially we're going to adjourn the meeting. So do I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second to adjourn. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, say no. The ayes have it. Motion adjourned. Thank you very much for everyone staying. It's been a long meeting, so thanks again. So do you think you make it?
I'm gonna try.
Okay. I think this is. Yeah. Okay, very good.